You have the PowerPoint up?
The presentation? I do remember Jerry Christmas. So we can continue our Grateful Dead versus Jefferson Airplane discussion.
There you go.
Oh, but could you even?
I don't know how,
Because they just have to go to work and come to that. Trying to figure out where to sit for photos.
Now it's in.
I'm Gary Wood.
I'm trying to get my best idea away.
There you go. Gary there, and Gary here. 3 weeks ago,
Trying to start the slideshow. It's in the lower right.
I didn't wear one of my really colorful
How are you?
So we want this one. Can you just go to the place settings and just walk? I know you.
Good morning. Are we ready?
Now,
A lot of reading.
Some different part of my brain, for sure.
The same but different in some ways.
What's that?
I said it's the same but different in some ways, this particular meeting as far as what we're going to address.
What did you do? What did you do in your career?
Huh?
What did you do for your career?
For my career? Well, let's see. Multiple careers. Right now I'm a part-time bookkeeper, but I do have a degree in community development.
Okay.
And I did a lot of, in my business life, and I had a business in downtown Portland, sort of, I guess you'd be, say, on a lot of advisory committees and that sort of stuff.
Okay.
And a lot of them had to deal with business owners.
Okay. Very different from what I do. What's wrong?
I printed off just part of the, where I read in specifically to banks and property.
Good, Terrace here. And yes, we have a quorum because we only have 5 individuals. Joe is in Europe. Good morning, Carol. So we need 3. Are we in a quorum? Technically, 5. Well, we have 5 commissioners currently, 2 positions open. So does that then 3, like one more good?
I think what happens is that there is a call for serve, and then, but I have their applications to city council.
Right, but I think we have a quorum here right this moment.
Oh, because there's only
There's
3.
5 instead of 3, so that's a quorum, technically, right?
Right. So who's missing? Maybe somebody will.
Lizzie. Joe's in Europe.
Oh. Maybe Lizzie will join by some other.
I could not get my. I know. Alright, got this, got everything. I don't have a pen. I changed my bag and will you ask me something? I changed my bag and I forgot. I do that too. I put it in there. Oh, no. I got your box. Yeah, it's like that's what I clean out of my purse. We've got this is the newest thing that came in from the new home company.
You know, I wasn't sure what a cottage cluster was, so I went online and Googled it, and it's awesome.
Right. There's really cute ones in pocket parks. I looked up some examples in like Europe and Japan. There's a lot of opportunities that you can get. It looks really cute. And then the Sharo.
Oh, I know what a Charles is.
I didn't know.
That I do.
Now I do.
Please.
Interesting, yeah.
And Portland has, did Charles a long, long time ago.
Right now? Oh, I see. Public pool. Yeah, I see. That's true.
We technically have a quorum because there's 5.
And there's,
Have you heard of
there's 3.
Lizzie?
She said she would be here,
Give
so
her just a moment.
give her a couple.
yeah, I give her a moment or two, and then we'll go from there. But
And
we'll see.
that Joe is excused, right? Is he excused?
Joe is excused.
Okay.
The Lizzie, I haven't heard from yet. She said she'd be here.
Okay, let's just give it a moment.
I wait till maybe 5 after and then,
She's done that too. She's late.
what's that?
She's come late many times.
Oh, has she?
This is just
She's a little like my husband when you're supposed to be someplace at 9 a.m. It takes 20 minutes to get there and about a quarter till who's kind of going, oh, well, maybe I should get going. It's like,
yeah.
yeah, 10 minutes ago.
Right. So this is just this document. Okay, so then they give us some notes. Okay, got it. Okay, that's nice. Kind of overview page. And then this is the prior analysis. Okay. What of the committees did you sit on this? Oh, yeah. And is that's but I had a heart attack. I really did. I had a heart attack. So I couldn't no. Yeah, I have in fact. Yeah. I had a heart attack and then 2 months later a pacemaker. I've had cardio rehab and going like crazy, you know. It turns out that I had a total heart attack. My really, you didn't? Well, I was told I looked fast. Yeah, I was like I am right now.
Now we would technically have a quorum even if there were 7 of us.
That's true.
So we're good. Do we know if there's anybody that's applying for the open?
I have a couple of ideas of individuals who have voiced consideration. What's her name? She had applied for city council. What's her name? Well, I'm seeing if I can. She's retired police officer.
No.
She's voiced interest.
That would be interesting.
Heather Wickham. She lives in Kingston. Mm-hmm. And really, one of her big goals is to make a community garden along the power line. She really wants that to be
right, and she didn't really understand that whole thing that the planning commission couldn't.
What prove that?
Yeah.
It's on our jurisdiction, right?
Yeah.
I like organized. Like Lizzie's here?
Are mics working?
Can you hear me? No. Is that on?
So let me just make an announcement.
Please.
So folks, hopefully when you came in, if you planning on testifying or providing written testimony, you were issued a number when you came in. That number will be associated with your testimony, so please drop off any written testimony you have with me over here, and I'll put the label on it and put it in the file. And then please feel free to give your oral testimony up here.
Last time you made copies for everybody of what we submitted, is that what you did?
They have everything that was submitted today. So if you have testimony stuff today, I'm not gonna run back and forth, make copies and copies and copies for it, okay? I just can't do it. I don't have Ronnie today, and I can't do it. But I will give it to them as soon as I have a label on it, they can pass it around.
Do we have a microphone?
Yeah, I have a microphone.
Ronnie's still on vacation. What a weird time.
Check. Nope. Check. No.
Parts of the door, too.
Just make sure the green button's on. Should work.
No, so it's provided. Do you have any more? Yeah, you should. That's Marcy and.
And if you want, email response and you didn't include your address on your written testimony, please write it here so we can make sure you get a copy of the decision, all right? Sheriff Olson, I believe we are.
Okay, am I on? Okay. I call to order the City of King City Planning Commission at 9:09 on April 26, 2023. Mr. Weston, roll call, please.
Commissioner Gauthier.
Here.
Commissioner Tyso.
Here.
Commissioner Bellows.
Here.
Sheriff Olson.
Here.
And Commissioner Casanova is excused out.
Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, today we have scheduled a legislative land use hearing related to adoption of amendments to the King City Comprehensive Plan, considering the Kingston Terrace Master Plan. The hearing format for this proceeding is different than quasi-judicial land use proceedings, though members of the public provide testimony in the same manner. Members of the public may participate in person, in writing, or both. We ask that a copy of all written materials be submitted to our city clerk so that they can be made part of the record of the proceedings. Grounds for an appeal of a legislature's decision are contained in ORS Chapter 197, specifically ORS 197.620. Following a staff report, we will take public testimony. For in-person testimonials, a number dispensed at the back of the city council room. Please grab a number if you have not done so already. Also located in the same place as the hearing comments registration form. Please write your name and all other required fields. For testimonies via Zoom, please write your name, address, and whether you are in support, opposition, or neutral in the comment section. Names will be assigned a number in the order we receive comments in the chat box. When I call your number, please give your hearing comment registration form to the city recorder. Identify yourself, state your address, make your statement. The maximum time allotted for a testimony will be 5 minutes. I call to order the public hearing regarding case number LU 2023-02 at 9:11. This is a legislative hearing, so we do not follow the strict ex parte disclosure requirements. Does any member of the audience wish to challenge the jurisdiction of the Planning Commission to hear this matter? Hearing none, does any member of the Planning Commission want to disclose any actual or potential conflicts of interest? Hearing none, does any member of the audience wish to challenge any individual of the Planning Commission? Hearing none, for all those wishing to testify, please be aware that if you fail to raise an issue in person, Zoom, or by letter today, or to the Planning Commission, you will be unable to raise that issue at a subsequent item on appeal to the City Council or at a subsequent time on appeal to the Land Use Board of Appeals. Testimony and evidence must be directed towards the criteria the staff will describe or other criteria in the plan or land use code which you believe apply to the decision. Failure to specifically address the approval criteria that staff will describe also precludes the raising of an issue related to those criteria on appeal. At this time, I call for the staff to present the proposal, along with the applicable approval standards, and make a recommendation.
Chair Paulson, I'm going to hand it off to our consultant, Steve Faust with 3J. He's been doing the bulk of the master plan work, so he has a presentation.
Thank you, Mike. Chair Paulson and Planning Commissioners, thank you for having us here today. I'll stand, so hopefully that helps everyone be able to hear me. Can we go to the next slide, please? Today's staff is asking Planning Commission to consider recommending to City Council to approve the Kingston Terrace Master Plan and associated comprehensive plan amendments. In your packet, you received a staff report, the Kingston Terrace Master Plan itself, the comprehensive plan amendment, which was derived from the Kingston Terrace Master Plan document, and public comments that were received to date when the packets were sent. The staff report shows how these documents meet the applicable regulations, including Oregon statewide planning goals, the Metro Urban Growth Functional Plan, Metro Ordinance 18-1427, which were the conditions of approval, land added to the UGB, and the King City Comprehensive Plan. All right, as you all know, this process has been going on for quite some time, starting with the Kingston Terrace area being added as Urban Reserve Area 6D to the urban growth boundary in 2011. A concept plan was prepared in 2017 and 2018, and the Kingston Terrace Master Plan began in 2020, and that has led to have us before you today. Next slide, please. There's been a number. One slide back, please. Looks like we're missing a slide, but I'll just speak to it. So there have been a number of community engagement activities across the course of this planning process. There is a project website, kingcitymasterplan.com. There have been mailed and electronic public notices for all public meetings. We had a stakeholder advisory committee and a technical advisory committee that met 5 times throughout the course of the project. There were 6 public meetings, some online and some in person, if you recall. We began this process a little after the peak of the COVID-19 epidemic, and so some of our activities have been solely online, but as we went through the process, we were able to have more in person. There was one online open house and a series of online surveys. We conducted stakeholder interviews, as well as outreach to the Spanish and Korean-speaking communities of King City. Community members have voiced a wide range of opinions throughout the course of the project. Many have expressed support for the overall plan, but specific strong opposition, especially from adjacent property owners, with concerns about extension of Southwest Fisher Road and potential impact to natural resources and to existing neighborhoods. More recently, we've received some concerns about housing density and the proposed mix of housing in the area. Next slide, please. The Kingston Terrace Master Plan carries forward frameworks that were established in the 2018 Concept Plan, looking at natural systems, land use, mobility, and public utilities and services. And we have a chapter in the master plan on each of those topics. And then additionally, there are chapters on implementation, including one on infrastructure funding and one on implementation of the plan itself. And we'll go through all this briefly today. Next slide, please. Each chapter contains three main elements. One is the base conditions, the new information that through our research has come forward since the development of the concept plan, policies, which are the key elements of each section, and then implementation strategies, which are concepts to implement those policies. Next slide. Then the next slide again. So we'll start with natural systems. Base conditions for natural systems are that wetland, riparian, stream, and upland habitat quantity and quality is greater as you get closer to the Tualatin River. The process included a refined review of natural resources and an analysis of upland habitat. Natural resources in the area, well, in King City and in this area as well, are regulated at the time of development. And there's kind of three tiers to that regulation. Water bodies and wetlands are regulated by federal and state agencies, so that's including the Army Corps of Engineers and DEQ. Water body and wetland buffers are regulated, so riparian areas are regulated by Clean Water Services, and then upland wildlife habitat will be regulated by the City of King City. The next three slides, we can just pause briefly on each. So these are the federal and state regulated areas. This is mapping from Metro. Next slide. This is an approximation of the areas that will be regulated. The orange that you see is regulated by Clean Water Services. Next slide. And then the green areas you see on this slide are the upland habitat that will be regulated by Kingston. Next slide. So for policies, we started with adopting a conservative approach to protecting natural areas, setting aside all of the protected areas that we mentioned, and with a strategy to supplement those natural areas protections with open space designations in different areas throughout the Kingston Terrace area. Number two, to improve the quality of natural resources through development, preventing damage in the lower quality resource areas, and in areas with higher quality resources, pursuing active environmental repair. Then third, featuring natural areas and bringing nature into the neighborhoods. The plan includes a public trail system and strategies for improving wildlife habitat and water quality treatment. Implementation strategies. Next slide, please. Enacting regulations to protect natural resources. As I mentioned, some of those are protected by federal and state agencies, some by Clean Water Services, and then we are in the process of developing King City's protections for upland wildlife habitat. Implementing additional measures as needed, as I mentioned, using open space designations to protect other resources, providing a network of trails, and then reducing runoff and healing existing erosion damage in partnership with Clean Water Services through stream restoration projects, maintaining and improving deep-rooted vegetation, and attenuating stormwater flows from current and new development. Next slide, please. And I neglected to do so when we began, but with me today is Marcy McAnally with HerbsWorks. She's going to do part of our presentation. We also have Ann Sylvester, our transportation consultant, online to answer questions.
Good morning, Chair Paulson and Planning Commissioners. Can people hear me back in the corner? Thank you. I'm going to talk about the land use and neighborhood design, including parks design. We can go to the next one. I've been involved in this project since it was in the concept plan stage several years ago. And so I can attest to the fact that the master plan that you're adopting is still very faithful to the concept plan principles. That is, it still centers the unique natural features in the mix of housing in all of the policies, including the zoning code that you'll be seeing later. There were a number of economic studies that tested the housing demand here and also the demand and support for commercial activity. And those studies, including the CSP economic studies, have upheld those previous projections. So we are looking at 3,300, 3,600 homes in this area. King City, and the Planning Commission adopted a couple of years ago the House Bill 2001 housing amendments. These are called the middle housing amendments. They're now embedded inside of the city's zoning code. They do have a particular rule that applies to master plan areas, and that will apply to this area, in addition to the mix of housing types that you now have in your zoning code. Those will be included in the area. And as you know, River Terrace, especially River Terrace 2.0, which is the latest version of latest growth area south of Tiger Terrace, River Terrace area, has been developing with the city of Tigers, and they're planning and vision for the area is very complementary to the Kingston Terrace King City goals. Neighborhood integrated with nature is a very big part of our policy and also consistent with Tiger River Terrace. As you know, we have plans for a greater density in the northwest area of the Kingston Terrace in the town center Main Street, with a transition to less, not necessarily less dense per acre, but there's going to be much more nature mixed in. And the lot sizes and the minimum density required for the eastern, southeastern side of the Kingston Terrace will be less than that for the northwestern area. So there's what we call a rural to urban transect. And that's also reflected in the types of parks and the layout and character of the neighborhood. More of a Main Street, mixed-use area to the northwest, and more of an all residential only area with larger parks to the southeast. Talk about the mixed income neighborhoods. These are again required by House Bill 2001, but King City led this concept back in before House Bill 2001 was a state requirement, and made a commitment to a mix of housing and a mix of affordability, mix of housing choices throughout every single neighborhood. And the goal here is not to have the most large exclusive homes on the edge of the parks or the edge of the natural areas, but actually to mix unit types and unit sizes throughout the entire development, so that anyone can live along the edge of the natural areas. The rural character neighborhood, which is what we call the southeastern area, will feature clusters of dense housing. It will allow that, will permit that type of dwelling. So again, it's not less dense than some of the other areas, but it will have a different mix of sizes of yards, building coverage, and housing types. Go to the next slide, please. There are 4 neighborhoods, and again, this is consistent with the concept plan. As I mentioned, to the west is the Main Street town center area. Along these dense neighborhoods is slightly more dense. It's dense, but not as dense as the Main Street town center, where it allows a range of stacked housing as well, like apartments. As does the town center. The town center will allow mixed uses, commercial, freestanding commercial, and freestanding at the base of apartment buildings. The central neighborhood is more residential only, and the rural character neighborhood is residential only with, as I mentioned, low lot coverage and more parks. There will be required streets and block sizes and connectivity that go beyond the street plan that we're going to talk about. I'm talking about mobility, right?
Yeah.
So we're going to talk about that.
Oh, you're going right into mobility.
And so we'll talk about that in a moment.
Yeah, the previous slide, the map's a little bit off. Not the latest version.
I'll just talk about the parks. We have parks located in, with 1/4 mile walking distance of all the
Next slide.
neighborhoods. And the park locations are generalized. They will be more determined at the time of development, but the master plan does include, types of parks per, number of people living in the area. So we have a quantitative criteria for parks, and we also have a, qualitative plan for the parks. Again, more urban parks, such as plazas in the town center area, and more, natural systems parks. They could be part of an engineering system for stormwater, or just preservation of natural resource areas to the east. I'm going to talk about mobility, which is transportation. I know everyone is very interested in. The key updates that have occurred since the concept plan, of all the areas of study, the transportation or mobility receives the most updates. There has been a TSP, or Transportation System Plan, created for the city now. It will be its first TSP, and that's been adopted. And then there was an internal system of streets and towns that are being refined through the zoning code. These are going to need to meet connectivity standards that are set out by Metro Emergency Response Services, and also to serve local infrastructure, and to also create the block sites that we need to support the middle mixed income housing. The city conducted its alternatives for east-west street alignment. This was required, that we study the different potential alignments for a collector or arterial through the area. And I want to make a couple of caveats that, people who are concerned about the streets through this area, I want to make it clear that it will take a very long time for these streets to be built out, because they're really somewhat dependent on how the area develops over time. It could take 20 years for some of these areas to finally develop. And the streets will look very different in each area. Next slide, please. One of the key principles is a context-sensitive design approach to the streets. So there's an important graphic section in the concept, in the master plan, about this context-sensitive approach. And as an example, it shows 4 different cross-sections of the street that may become the arterial in the future, to show how the design team, policy team has been extremely careful to make that street change character as it goes through the different neighborhoods. The picture that you see on this slide actually shows it going through the rural character neighborhood, and large effort has been made to narrow the right-of-way for that street and to include more natural edges in it, while still accommodating the arterial functional classification, and also pedestrian and bicycle. To continue, we go to the next slide, please. We are also adhering to policies that were set out in the concept plan. There will be a fine-grained network of streets and blocks here. This just shows the backbone street system, which is the arterial neighborhood collectors. But within this, there will be smaller local streets and blocks. But the goal is to keep traffic slow, so we put a lot of thought into how those streets will intersect within the Kingston Terrace area. I'm not talking about how they intersect with East Bend, because that's subject to Washington County standards and will be negotiated as the city moves further into the master planning process. But within the Kingston Terrace area, these streets where they intersect will be in the form of roundabouts that are extremely pedestrian friendly and bicycle accommodating, and or traffic circles. And the goal here is to keep traffic flow through the neighborhood, even on the arterial street. Every street has accommodations for active transportation or bicycling and pedestrian access, so sidewalks and bike lanes. And there are some streets that are specifically designed to accommodate bicycles in a set-aside area, as well as there are plans to have a separated bike lane along Roy Rogers and East Bend. So there will be a complete connected network for bicycling and walking and recreational uses through the neighborhood. The philosophy from the concept plan about East Bend has also remained the same and in fact become more strong through more detailed design and working with Washington County. And it continues to be that we don't see, this goes for the city of Tigard as well, we don't see East Bend as a divider as it is now, but as a connector. In fact, there will be a complementary land use or town center extension of the King City Town Center Main Street north across East Bend into the Tigard River Terrace 2.0 area. And there's a strong desire by both cities to connect those two and have that be kind of a seamless neighborhood that is easy to walk back and forth. And East Bend becomes more of a transit serving street. It will carry traffic, but it will be easier to cross, and there will be more numerous crossings. So one of the, next slide please. One of the designs that has received a lot of attention is, as I mentioned earlier, how these streets connect to each other, the backbone streets. And so the backbone streets map has a legend that shows where this type of intersection or the roundabout is. The goal here is to have traffic move slowly, but steadily through the area, not stop and start, not have signals or stops. And you can also see that the modern roundabout design includes accommodations for pedestrian and bicycle access across each leg. This is a specific design approach that we'll be using for the roundabout. Where smaller streets connect next. Again, this is shown in the legend on a master plan drawing. Their traffic circles will accommodate local streets connecting. Local streets and neighborhoods have a lower level classification of structure. And we talked about implementation strategies next, please. As I mentioned, it will take a really long time for these streets to be built out. Change will happen slowly, development by development, property by property. It's really very much of this about the will of the property owners. While the master plan has a set of street and path types embedded in it, they're consistent with the transportation system plan functional classification. This context-sensitive design principle will apply. And so development will have to meet the standards that are set out for the street design and the design of the street.
Thank you, Marcy. I'll touch on the public utilities and services. Next slide, please. So in terms of base conditions for water for the Kingston Terrace area will be provided by the city of Tigard. The city of Tigard anticipates main extensions and adding storage capacity. The city is in process of updating their water master plan, which will provide more details on how this area will be served. Next slide, please. For sanitary sewer, the intention is to connect to the Clean Water Services Regional Sanitary System. There is a River Terrace South pump station in existence that serves the western portion of the Kingston Terrace area. Clean Water Services has a regional sanitary sewer concept plan in progress. They are looking for opportunities to co-locate infrastructure, so sewer with streets, but pump stations may be needed. Next slide, please. Base conditions for stormwater. Natural drainage ways are susceptible in this area to erosion, and there's been degradation from high flows. Future development should coordinate with upstream planning efforts to mitigate high flow events and prevent further degradation. The Clean Water Services are also conducting a study around stormwater and looking to identify opportunities for regional stormwater facilities to incorporate stormwater management into new roads, parks, and green spaces, for water quality treatment of existing impervious areas, and to enhance streams to a more natural state. Next slide, please. In terms of policies, number one is to take actions to reduce runoff and heal erosion through integrated stormwater management, coordination with upstream efforts to mitigate high flow events, and implementing regional facilities. And number two, coordinating the co-location of utilities with infrastructure, and that's for King City in partnership with partners such as City of Tigard, Washington County, Clean Water Services, and then in the utility corridor with Portland General Electric, Bonneville Power Administration, and Kinder Morgan. Next slide, please. Implementation strategies for water. We are coordinating with the City of Tigard to ensure sustainable and efficient water provision. And then for sanitary, sewer, and stormwater, King City will be implementing the recommendations that come out of those two Clean Water Services studies. Next slide. Okay, funding strategy. Just briefly on the funding strategy here. Next slide, please. Our team has detailed the public facility capital costs and funding gaps for transportation, parks, sanitary sewer, water, and stormwater. The largest of those being transportation. Let's go to the next slide, please. This is very hard to read, so I will try to convey it to you. So for transportation arterials, potential funding will come from Washington County TDT funds and state MSTIP funds with potentially some Metro grants. For transportation collectors and major bicycle and pedestrian facilities, again, looking at existing county TDT funds and a new supplemental system development charge to fund collector roads. Local streets are funded by developers. Next slide, please. For parks, the city is looking to update its citywide parks system development charge and consider supplemental system development charge for the Kingston Terrace area. Neighborhood parks and pocket parks are developer funded. Community recreation and facility trails, the city is looking at potentially a new urban renewal area in Kingston Terrace to fund that trail system. Storm drainage, the city will work with Clean Water Services in terms of system development charges for those facilities. Sanitary sewer, it looks like existing system development charges and rates should cover the capital costs. Water system, existing system development charges with supplemental connection charges will be required to cover the cost of the water system. And then local utility connections are developer funded again. Next slide. The final chapter of the Kingston Terrace Master Plan talks about implementation. You have a comprehensive plan amendment, which will create a new chapter of the comprehensive plan information. It identifies the Kingston Terrace area as a special planning area. It includes findings from the Kingston Terrace Master Plan and carries the policies that we presented today over into that comprehensive plan chapter. And then next steps, I think we mentioned that our team is working with city staff to develop community development code amendments that will implement these policies. Those include development phasing and an annexation strategy, making sure new development requirements are consistent with the Kingston Terrace Master Plan, identifying planning rules for King City and partner jurisdictions, and then putting into place those funding mechanisms for public infrastructure. So with that, the staff report recommends that Planning Commission recommends that City Council approve the Kingston Terrace Master Plan and associated comprehensive plan amendment. And we are happy to answer any questions you have for us today. Thank you.
I wanted to ask, says here that King City will regulate the upland habitat. What mechanism do we have to do that?
That, the upland wildlife habitat will be recommended through, new, community development code, provisions. Marcy and Keith Leiden, city planner, are working with Metro to develop those code amendments. They're based, Metro has a model code, and we're not adopting that model code, as is. We're working with Metro, to make sure that, the code that King City adopts meets all the requirements. And it uses that code as a basis, but there will be some differences, but we're making sure that it meets the requirements and achieves the goals of the Metro model code.
If I could also add that the Metro Model Code, covers tree preservation and, areas that are set aside for less development. I mean, those are two of the major things that the city will need to incorporate into its development code.
Okay. Yeah, I have one. What's your guys' current, handling of the erosion along the Swallerton River?
Currently, the city does not have an erosion control mechanism. We rely on clean water services for the majority of our erosion control mechanisms. Through the function of this plan, we're hoping to establish a stormwater and erosion control system of governance within the city, and eventually get away from clean water services and bring that in-house. So over time, through the duration of time, we'll get more and more control of those, and then have more and more influence on what we can do.
So what is it that they're doing to, help with the problem currently there?
Nothing. Yeah. I mean, they control the stormwater, right? So they control the runoff, and we've implemented policies and standards to slow the runoff and increase the amount of retention at certain sites. So that's what we've done so that we don't exacerbate the problem. But to actually cure or heal or advance or improve the situation, there's not very many resources out there for that.
I could add right now, Clean Water Services is conducting this stormwater study for not just the Kingston Terrace area, but for this entire part of the region. And their intention is to identify new strategies. My understanding is from what they've said that through new funding that is generated through development, that'll provide them with some resources to take additional measures in the area, but that study isn't complete yet, so we don't know exactly what they're going to do.
One of the things that the city council is considering right now with erosion control, because it's not just the areas that we're talking about developing in Kingston Terrace, it's citywide. We have stormwater problems citywide. So the city council is considering the potential of a stormwater fee associated with like a water or sewer bill that would be citywide, and that could help us address some of the erosion problems that we have. Because we have some major storm drainage problems here on this site that we can point to that have created some major problems, and we want to be able to address those. And currently we have no system of funding, but that is a system that they're looking at and exploring options to.
I have a couple questions. The first is about parks and how the, the designation, the quantity, the volume of parks is going to be determined. I think the plan kind of talks about density of the surrounding areas, but, parks are used by individuals coming from outside places. So are we looking at, both density, but then also population increases in the future when we're looking at designating certain lands for natural resources?
The map, like you said, the master plan does include a population, the guideline is very standard. Most other cities in the Portland metro region and in the country actually use these measures, like a quarter acre for 1,000 people for a pocket park, or more to your point, I think, a community park, which would be more of a kind of recreational park, potentially, although it could also be a very natural resource-focused park. And in fact, we're looking at two flavors of a community park here. Those are generally set at numerical standard of about 3 acres per 1,000 people. The one that the people count comes from the future population assumption based on that number of units that we've talked about and the household size, typical household size is based upon that population. But serving a future population is not necessarily taking into account populations of surrounding areas into that.
Yes, okay. You have a question?
Yep. We're talking a lot about housing and density of housing, but I haven't heard much of anything about what our commercial should look like. You know, the density of jobs. You know, we have this wonderful dense urban housing and then a sprawling suburban shopping center. You know, do we have any code? Do we have any ideas?
Well, there, as part of the concept planning, we had to work with generation of numbers of square feet for commercial use. There was, in the very, very beginning of the concept planning process in 2017, we had a market analysis done to show whether there was actually demand for a neighborhood serving commercial area, maybe even a small grocery store. Was there even demand for something like a Main Street town center? That was kind of a leading question when we started the concept planning process, and we did determine that based on future growth patterns in this area, and this is not just for King City, but the whole surrounding area, there was demand. So we moved forward with that assumption. A certain number of square feet were proposed. That has remained consistent. I think it's about 60,000 square feet.
I think.
Right. Of course, it's going to require that it be rooftop in the neighborhood to serve. It doesn't come in first, but there is a plan, and interested developers pursuing a plan for commercial in the form of smaller retail spaces below and restaurant spaces below residential, and potentially in the future, interest in a small grocery store or a small food store. So those are, I guess what I'm trying to say is that the numbers in the beginning said that type of development was viable. We're now seeing developer interest in that, so proving that the market analysis was valid. And the community development plan will come in with much more detail about the design of the building, their siting and their orientation to the street and their architectural features and things like that. You'll see that coming forward at the community development code hearing.
Master plan too. If you look through the master plan, I believe that there's some copies up there. You'll see some indications and diagrams of what the commercial may look like at the end of the day, and what those elements are proposed, and the kind of codes and zoning that we would end up implementing to try to create the style that we're looking for.
Yeah. It's, those images that we used in the concept plan are also still valid, the ones that we use to represent the town center character. So we're kind of designing the community development code to bring that into realization, that vision. Answer your question?
Yeah, thank you.
I'll add briefly that there are, through the Metro Urban Growth Functional Plan, there are some regulations that apply to commercial development in King City. King City is identified under their neighborhood designation, not as an employment center at this time. And so there are limitations, I don't know them off the top of my head, but on, for instance, the number of square feet a particular business can have. So because it has that neighborhood designation, it's focused more on, as Marcy said, small businesses, Main Street type of character.
Okay.
I guess I have one more thing to say to Commissioner Jones.
Yeah.
That is, you asked about the numbers of people and numbers of employees. We have to include, for like a professional standard way of measuring numbers of employees per square feet of commercial area that Metro uses. We did include those numbers in the as the transportation analysis zone was updated for this area, and that also is behind some of the plans for the street network. Numbers of people that will be employed, the number of people that will be living here, the number of people that will be, employment and residential are the main things that the COWS measures. But those are all included in the background numbers that inform the transportation system plan.
I have a question about the kind of shift in market analysis from 2017 to 2020. What kinds of new data came to light, and is there general regional state consensus that our data and analysis are as accurate as they can be?
Yes, there were about 4 different, thanks for that question. There were about 4, I think we had 4 separate market analyses over the course of the last period between the concept plan and the master plan. They've all essentially said the same thing, that there is demand here for a commercial center. The only difference really between the more recent market analyses is that they talked more about the importance of the design, and that there is demand here for a commercial center, but in the kind of abstract, it's all dependent on the design. And so those market analyses went into much more detail about models of town centers that were exemplary, that were successful. Northwest Crossing, for one, Bethany Village, and Billbois were used as examples to compare them to each other in terms of, if you do this, if you create a Main Street environment and you manage parking and you have streets that are really walkable, you can expect market demand. You can probably have this much square foot. Of course, it's more, and you can have it be more intense and more successful, and maybe it can be smaller scale, more local serving, more neighborhood serving retail. If you don't do those things, then you're likely to only need this, be able to meet this lower level. So it was more of a qualitative, provides qualitative information for us about the design of the town center. And that is all focused, that will come out, that is being codified within the community development code.
I'll start on like page master plan on those neighborhood conditions and land use extension.
Other questions from the Planning Commission? Okay. Does any member of the audience wish to speak in favor of this application? Hearing none, does any member of the audience wish to speak in opposition of this application?
Actually speak in favor.
You speak in favor? Okay, you may approach. Please state your name and address for the record, or your name.
Hi, my name is Brooking. Okay, my name is Mike Dahlstrom. I'm a resident of the King City Highlands community. I've worked in long-range planning for over 30 years. Growth has impacts, absolutely. There are several implementation issues that I think both the Planning Commission and City Council will ultimately have to address. including affordable housing, which is not mentioned, for, what is it, Senate Bill 1538, B. But growth is inevitable. I've worked on the King City expansion since 2008. Excuse me. The value of urban growth boundary expansion, despite its impacts, is that we can drive 5 minutes away to Tile Flat Road and see protected farm and forest lands throughout Oregon, sort of the basis of Senate Bill 100 that established the urban growth boundaries. So I do support this plan. I do think there will be several implementation issues that arise, and I look forward to speaking to the Planning Commission and the City Council in the future. Thank you. Idea why I'm so nervous.
Thank you.
We'll move forward. Number 1 on the position.
So we are actually going to start with number
6, because the other one's been numbered. Okay.
5 comments that were presented.
Okay. Written testimony. Okay, so if you have number 6, you may approach.
There were 2 letters in favor that were submitted.
Okay. Please state your name for the record.
My name is Carla Kingston. I live off of Myrtle Avenue. I'm going to make a request that speakers. Oh.
I cannot hear you.
The light is showing green. Can you hear me?
I hear you.
Okay. So I wanted to request that speakers not be limited to 5 minutes today. At the last public hearing, the city manager and city attorney were able to speak for at least as long as the entire public turnout put together, while several members of the public were cut off before they were finished at a time and place dedicated to receiving public input. So I think you should consider that.
Any commentary about extending time? Is that something we can do? Is there rules around that, 5 minutes?
I think with Ms. Bankston's question was pertaining to the staff being able to rebut at the end. Is that correct?
Just that the public, all the public had about the same amount of time as the staff had between, all the different bits, and some important things got cut really short, and the impact of the statements was not able to be protected for the record.
So I don't want to use Ms. Bankston's time. Each person has 5 minutes, and then at the end, after the public hearing is closed, then staff rebuts and gives a presentation back to the council on anything that's questionable. Format of the public
format. So there are rules around this that we're not able to be flexible on at this time. Is that correct?
Yes.
Do you have the citations for that?
Under, I could ask Mr. Watts to give it to you next time. It's public hearing scripts that are, the Planning Commission has in front of them.
Okay. Thank you. Hello, and thank you all for being here today. The city's PDF packet for today's hearing includes a section titled Recommended Findings and Conclusions. One of these recommendations concerns the metro conditions regarding the Kingston conservation easement. I believe this condition has not been met. Condition 8 requires that King City shall work with the Columbia Land Trust to protect to the maximum extent possible the portion of the Kingston property covered by the conservation easement. King City's findings, APMP proposes an extension of Southwest Fisher Road to complete an east-west collector street from Highway 99 to Roy Rogers Road. The collector is anticipated to be a two-lane street that spans over the northern portion of the conservation easement, where it is narrowest and where the least valuable resources within the conservation easement exist. My first point, King City has consistently declined to change their preferred alignment to the point that Metro had to instruct them to complete the transportation and alternatives analysis. This resistance has impeded any attempt to work with Columbia Land Trust to protect the West collectors and has been upgraded to a special minor arterial now, increasing the amount of traffic that can be expected to utilize the road. Running the main road of the entire annexation area directly through the easement is the opposite of protecting it. The projected road may curve northward, but is still bisecting the easement and cutting off the existing wildlife corridor. There are other more northerly alignments that can provide the connectivity in the city. I've got a map which is tiny and not very easy to see, but there's a red outline of the easement. And the white line is how the road would, or the crossing would be impacting the easement. My point number 3, King City claims that their planned crossing goes through the area of the least valuable resources in the easement. However, Metro's map of riparian and upland habitat, which is in King City's own natural resources baseline report, shows that the entire easement consists of the highest quality riparian and upland habitat. Therefore, this is not a credible claim. Again, here's the Metro map. The easement, the brown is the Class A upland habitat, and the blue is the Class 1 riparian habitat. That's all contained in the outline of the easement, so the entire easement is of equal quality. More King City findings. The city anticipates that the bridge or bottomless culvert will impact up to 1/2 acre of the easement. This alignment, along with protection and enhancement measures taken at the time of development, will minimize impacts to the conservation easement to the maximum extent possible. The majority of the easement that lies closer to the Tualatin River and contains high-value resources will remain protected from development. My point 4, the latest version of the findings has newly added the possibility of building a bottomless culvert as an alternative to a bridge. The bridge was touted as viable for not causing a load on the dirt. As recently as March 22nd, the city attorney told the planning commission that the crossing would be a bridge. But recently, a potential culvert has been with no further explanation. It's not credible that the impact of any crossing, whether a bridge or a culvert, is limited to the footprint of the crossing. A road crossing through the easement is development that severely compromises the health and benefits of the easement. The course of the river and the ravine cause sound to amplify and run through like a tunnel. The sound travels long distances, as anyone who lives along the river can tell you. Having thousands of cars run across a special minor arterial both day and night would be a consistent source of noise, light, and pollution of the easement that can then enter the waterway of the Tualatin River. There are no mitigations sufficient to overcome the detriment to the easement if a special minor arterial or any crossing is built through it. Further KC findings, the collectors will provide opportunities to implement erosion control solutions along with the means. The city and Clean Water Services could provide water quality treatment of existing impervious areas with a particular focus on hydro modification. 5, there are currently no impervious surfaces in the conservation easement, so any bridge foundation or culvert would create them, not mitigate them.
Thank you. That's just a minute. Thank you. Thank you. Would number 7 like to speak? What's your name?
Hi, I'm Victoria Frankeny. I am the Riverkeeper and staff attorney for Tualatin Riverkeepers. I had the opportunity to testify virtually at your last public hearing, so thank you for that opportunity. I won't repeat some of those issues that I raised there, but maybe sort of reflect on some of the major concerns that Tualatin Riverkeepers has regarding the proposed Fisher Road extension. To note, I just want everyone to know that we do support the city in its approach to providing affordable housing and growth in the area. What we're trying to do is help guide the city in a way which we can create neighborhoods that coexist with nature peacefully. So these comments go towards that. First and foremost, as many of you already know, the erosion in Kingston Terrace is pretty significant. There are 5 streams that feed directly into the Tualatin River, and due to surrounding development and unmitigated stormwater, there's been some serious erosion causing sediment deposits and creating sediment islands in the Tualatin River. Visuals have been provided in previous comment letters that Tualatin River Keepers have submitted. Those should be in your packet, I believe. So please definitely refer to those. This causes a serious concern for water quality in the Tualatin River. First and foremost, the Tualatin River is water quality limited when it comes to dissolved oxygen and temperature load. Sediment contributes to both of those issues. And if we don't allow clean water services to be in the forefront with their regional stormwater strategy before we finalize any major decisions within Kingston Terrace, what we're seeing is additional growth without addressing existing erosion concerns. So we want to emphasize the importance of that. Also, where the road would cross is going to be in the more degraded areas along those streams. While the city has acknowledged that generally at the development stage is when consultation with the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers, Department of State Lands, and the Department of Environmental Quality would be consulted, we encourage the city to have those discussions now. The issue we could see with the proposed collector road is the Army Corps of Engineers has to evaluate all cumulative impacts as the resulting road. It cannot be segmented. And in doing so, if they find that it outweighs heavily against the public interest, they could not approve the permit application. Additionally, the Department of State Lands, with their dredge and fill permit application, have to consider all alternatives analysis. And if there is a reasonable alternative that would meet the purpose and need of the project with less of an environmental impact, they will ask the city to pursue that alternative. That being said, if that is the case, the proposed collector road could be adjusted. And if it's adjusted too far off of what is currently proposed, we could have to restart the amendment process, which would put the city further behind in providing the housing that it so desperately needs. So we encourage the city to have those conversations and also to discuss with DEQ what the plan is to mitigate temperature load from removing riparian area to accommodate for that road. DEQ is the regulating agency when it comes to water quality issues, and they do have an increasing concern when it comes to temperature in the Tualatin River. Furthermore, there are endangered species in our watershed that we do need to consider. That being said, in consultation with a federal agency such as the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers, it could require a NEPA analysis or a consultation with the services to address those concerns. That's why we encourage the city to have those discussions now, so as not to prolong the issue and have to restart the process all over. And lastly, as had been alluded to by Carla Bankston, there is concern with habitat fragmentation in this area. There are 4 beautiful natural areas in the vicinity, with the Bankston easement being directly within the development area. The Metro's beef-fed natural area is also on the Kingston Terrace side of the Tualatin River. And on the other side, you have the Wildlife Refuge and the Metro's Heritage Pine. All of these provide ample habitat connectivity for wildlife, and generally, wildlife tend to follow stream corridors. So bisecting that habitat could pose a safety risk and also significant harm to wildlife. I'm concluding my thoughts. You should have a comment from me. Please let me know if you have any additional questions.
Sorry, I have a question. So it would be the Corps of Engineers who decide if this plan is actually viable?
in regards,
Or to like the water,
In the road.
yeah.
typically what we would see is a development application come along. That development application would have to submit a joint application permit to the Army Corps of Engineers, DSL, National Marine Fisheries Services, DEQ. There's like, it's multi-agency review, and that would need to be submitted for whoever's building the road. And then they would probably have to do some enhancement, mitigation, and such to actually commit. So that's usually done at the development phase.
Okay, so we're not there yet. Okay.
So like, if then they said where our proposed line on the map is right now needs to be shifted, could that be shifted in the future to kind of accommodate whatever their findings may be?
It could be shifted, yeah. The problem is that there's not very many areas to shift it to, based on the research that we've done, so.
So if we shifted it, then we could potentially end up in areas where we are displacing people, correct?
Correct. All the other alternatives that we viewed either had more environmental degradation or impact, or we were displacing people in homes, or it was not having the effect on the modeling that we needed in order to support land use model.
Are we stopping public testimony right now to ask staff questions?
Making clarifications on the points
Are
that
you
you made.
asking questions of the person giving testimony, or are you asking questions of staff?
Right now, we're just making clarifying points of what she said, his staff. All right, we'll move forward with number 8.
Hi, I'm Lori Trippy. I live on River Lane. I've been coming to meetings and open houses regarding the King City expansion for years and have yet to hear anyone other than the Planning Commission, the city manager, your consultants, and this gentleman, sure, in favor of this plan. I've heard from so many residents, environmental groups, and civil engineers who have raised legitimate concerns, but these concerns have not been addressed. I feel that you've ignored much of the input and the numerous alternatives that would protect environmentally sensitive land and privately owned property. My main concern is the Tualatin River and the conservation easement. The entire easement is an important wildlife corridor that's been classified by Metro as either Class 1 riparian habitat or Class A upland habitat. These, are the highest value habitat ratings according to Metro. In an excerpt from your master plan, you state regarding the Fisher Road extension, as it goes through the easement, that the collector is anticipated to be a 2-lane street that spans over the northern portion of the easement where it's narrowest and where the least valuable resources within the conservation exist. There are 2 problems with this. First, unless you plan on condemning the house at 14175 River Lane, which the city manager has said you will not do, you have to enter at approximately the center of the easement, which is about 400 feet from the river, causing the river, pollution to the river, erosion of the banks, and destroying the wildlife habitats and wetlands. Second, under what standard and who made the assessment that the location of the road will be where there's the least valuable resource? The entire easement is an important wildlife corridor. Bisecting it with an arterial road will greatly compromise the conservation values it now protects. The wildlife will be exposed to noise, light, heavy metal pollution, and restricted pathways. King City has stated in the master plan frequently asked questions document that a bridge will be used for a road to cross the ravines in the easement. King City attorney stated at the March 22nd public hearing that the road crossing would be a bridge, so there would not be a load on the dirt, Carlos said. A bridge built on unstable wetlands would create a huge load on the dirt. Furthermore, the KTMP now includes the option of a bottomless culvert, which again would be a tremendous load on the dirt. King City manager has publicly misrepresented the current state of the easement property many times, including stating that King City's intention is to clean it up and enhance the natural environment, remove the trash and invasive species, and restore the surrounding lands to the natural site. You have all toured that property. And you know that none of that statement makes an iota of sense, as it is currently a beautiful, clean, and natural landscape. These two examples show a pattern of behavior that appears to try to persuade you that the effect of a road on the conservation easement is minimal, and that the land in the conservation easement would benefit from a road being built. Neither is true. And Steve's comment about that development will aid the natural resources, I don't understand that. Your map shows a series of roads that go through the easement, the Rivermead neighborhood, and numerous properties between Edgewater and Roy Rogers. There is no way that all this construction, followed by thousands of people using these facilities, won't negatively impact the environment. Your so-called rural neighborhoods will no longer be rural neighborhoods. The river and its inhabitants will suffer from the increase of pollution, noise, and erosion. Conservation easement will lose its ability and commitment to protect the land and residents it encompasses. And the people who have invested their lives into their homes will have that taken away. I am not opposed to growth. I am opposed to how King City is going about it. Your plan is a gross misrepresentation of the land you wish to build through, seemingly for the sake of your vision. There are alternatives. Please consider these alternatives. It might help you sleep at night.
Yeah.
You want a copy of this?
Sure.
I'm going to put my number.
Number 9, please approach. The city staff.
Oh. A couple of old drafts. I didn't realize you wouldn't get copies, and so maybe you could share. It has, the main thing is it has a map. I love it. My name is Janet Black. I live on River Lane. Good morning.
Morning.
I actually support a majority of the plan. I think it's a lovely plan. There are a couple of areas I'd like to comment on today. One is the lack of meaningful time for public to review today's documents and submit comments for advanced review. The second one is I'm also studying the findings of the process fulfills the metro condition regarding the Kingston conservation easement. Regarding the first one, documents are not available to the public until April 19th. Deadline for submitting written testimony, so you can review it in advance, is April 18th. I request that you expand the deliberation time so you can consider the public testimony. Number 2, my rebuttal of the metro condition as to what Carla has submitted. My submission is too long to read all of it now, so I'm going to limit my comments to 2 areas. One is I'm going to show a northern alternative for the route. And the second is I'm going to dispute some of the actions that King City says they have taken in response to Columbia Land Trust concerns. Number 1, I do not argue that an east-west connecting road is necessary. I just argue that the process of selecting the route did not prove that a southern alignment is best. At the August 22nd staff meeting, Ann Sullivan of SCJ said that their mission was to pick out the best parts of each of the alternatives. So that is what I did. So I took the map that was in the master plan and I modified it just a little bit. I also added a bike route, starting with, Mike has sent me a map showing Capulet turning into a bike route, a separate pedestrian bike route. So I used that on my map and extended it across the whole area. So this alignment has the advantages of continuous connectivity between existing King Center and existing King City and the new center, providing intra-city connectivity, avoiding the cost and expensive bridge over the ravine and the conservation easement, avoid the time-consuming permitting process, avoiding the need for condemnation. Separate pedestrian bike path is safer and more pleasant to use on a road. It could provide a route to use for the potable water and franchise utilities. It uses a planned neighborhood route, so it does not require any additional demolishing of any home. It uses the Merle right-of-way, would be cheaper than the Fisher Road right-of-way, because the Fisher Road right-of-way requires the building of the bridge. Very expensive. It is central to development, and it provides good access to parks and trails throughout the city. At the March public hearing, one of the planning commissioners stated her belief that the Fisher Road as a collector probably would not be built, and that her expectation was that the east-west road would be built from the west, stop at about 150th. And isn't it better to plan a road that you think will actually make an agree to be built? I would also like to remind you of the observation made by Commissioner Casanova at the March public hearing regarding the alternatives analysis. And he said, you can make it go whatever way you like. What if the King City wanted it to go by providing the needs of the development of the Kingston Terrace and also the protection of the Tualatin River and habitat? I'd like to comment on the response that King City said they did in response to the Columbia Land Trust. They said they narrowed the street profile from 3 to 2 lanes, adjusted the street alignment north, put a multi-use path in the street, providing a buffer between the development and Tualatin River, and they offered to designate the entire parcel of the Bankston property as recreational open space as an additional layer of protection. I respond as follows. Effective on minor arterial from 3 to 2 lanes is not meaningfully reduced. Carla has already commented on the non-credibility of the statement that there's more or less resources within the easement. It's all valuable. Number 3, Steve Faust, I asked him earlier, he explained that the statement regarding the buffer was as compared to alternative number 1. The entire sentence regarding the street acting as a buffer between development and the Tualatin River is misleading. Alternative 2 provides zero buffering from development and is in fact bringing a road with high traffic through the easement. Number 4, the zoning of the Bankston parcel is not relevant to the issue of building a road through the conservation easement. The effect of a road on the natural resources within the conservation easement, especially in minor arterials, is not mitigated by rezoning the Bankston parcel. At the March 22nd planning.
Yeah, you can conclude your sentence.
Okay, pre-conference sentence. Peter Watts said it was like putting a road through a national park when it really should be like putting a road through a wilderness area, which is a no-road zone. So it would not happen, and that's the same for the conservation easement. It is a no-road zone.
Thank you.
Speed talker.
Number 10.
Oh, okay.
So we drop it. Are we supposed to sign in here?
That'd be great, yeah. And did you have any written testimony?
I do, but I got copies for them, and I have a copy for you, but I'll need it here, and I'll give it to you afterwards. Is that right?
Yes, that's right.
Okay. When does my time actually start?
When you give me your name.
What's that? Okay. Because my time is short, I'd like to ask the commissioners to refer to Exhibit A.
Can you provide us your name before we get going? Thank you.
So my time starts when I give you
Oh,
the name?
well, we're gonna give your name now, and then you can start, yes.
Okay.
Go ahead.
I'll give you my name if my time doesn't start then.
He
Yeah,
wants
we have
to
to.
pass out the exhibits.
You want to just pass them out to us now, and then you can give us your name, and then you can
Okay.
start.
And then I'll refer you to an exhibit that I would like you to go to so that you're prepared to follow my testimony, if you
Okay.
would, please. Let's see if I've got them here. Okay, there's one.
Okay.
There's one for you. One for you. And one for you, and then I'll have one for you, Mike.
Thank you so much.
Okay, Exhibit A, comments, item A3, which is my written testimony.
Okay, go ahead and give us your name.
Are you all there?
We're here.
Oh, I mean, to that point in your handout. Okay. All right, my name is Gary Mitchell. I live in King City on Fisher Road. I filed an appeal to the City Council regarding Planning Commission's action to recommend approval of the Transportation System Plan with 5 areas of concern for the City Council to consider. It's the role of the PC, not the City Council, to further investigate the 5 areas of concern. The city manager says I can't appeal. I believe the appeal is valid, and this issue regarding the King City Municipal Code, Section 2.16, if you would all refer to that later, you'd understand, is unresolved. The Land Use Board of Appeals enforces local governments to follow their own laws, and it's important that the issues I raise be preserved for appeal. My written testimony identifies several procedural issues and major concerns about compliance. The Kingston Terrace Master Plan may be affected by the issues raised in my appeal, and thus any actions you take may be premature and incomplete. Please go to page 1 on my written testimony. In the last paragraph of my testimony, please note a correction to the timeline. It should say the hearing was 6 hours long, roughly, and your deliberations were less than 30 minutes. I took that off of the video and I misrepresented the time there. It was not apparent that you adequately addressed public testimony or compliance with ordinances, resolutions, regulations, or laws. The council depends on you to fully consider matters and forward thoroughly evaluated reasoned recommendations. I don't have time to address all the issues raised in my 15-page appeal, and I ask that you carefully review that written testimony. I would like to point out some important compliance issues as time permits. Please go to page 7 of my testimony regarding protection of the banks and conservation easement. Review the Metro protect to the maximum extent possible requirement. Also, go to page 8. Review the discussion of the location of the conservation easement. There was no map in the transportation system plan that allowed you to evaluate the easement and where the road crosses. And you asked about it, and they couldn't describe it at the meeting, as you recall. So go to map handout, page 1, and then page 2. I'd like to just point out some things in that map. If you look at that crossing, that span could be about 430 foot long, roughly plus or minus. That's my estimate. The Metro requirement doesn't say minimize impacts via enhancement measures to be taken at the time of development. It says you're supposed to protect the easement. The Metro requirement, in my opinion, is clearly not met. On page 2, I provided you some photos of what a bridge across that easement or a span across that easement might look like. Take a close look at that. This is from River Terrace 1. That's a 200-foot bridge, not a 400-foot bridge. And it covers just a culvert. And it has, the construction of that is considerable, and the impact it would have on that easement is just unbelievable. It won't impact just a half acre. During construction, it could be much more than that. So take a look at that, please. Go to page 9 of my written testimony and carefully consider the issue of changing the east-west road from a collector to what's called a minor arterial. The east-west circulation analysis emphasizes that collector road will be on accommodating local circulation needs rather than regional through traffic. Defining it to be a minor arterial to serve regional traffic is not in compliance with the original concept plan. Now please go to page 10 and 11 of my appeal. Regarding the cut-through traffic issue, my handout page number 4 shows the proposed beef bend light going across and crosswalks. The proposed addition of several traffic lights and crosswalks along Beef Bend Road does not comply with Municipal Code 16-212-050. to discourage cut-through traffic. This appears not to be in compliance with Metro Title 12 to protect existing neighborhoods. I skipped over page 3 of my handout, and it talks about how the evaluation of crossing the easement was met.
Okay.
Met the requirement.
We'll read this through, thank you.
Okay, read that, because it clearly does not meet that requirement to protect to the maximum extent possible. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll move forward with number 11.
My name is Greg Russell with Rivermead. The size of both the neighborhood and community parks is totally inadequate. According to the King City Kingston Terrace Master Plan, 2 community parks, 3 neighborhood parks, Beef Bend, Central, and Roy Rogers, and an urban park will be developed. As per the plan, the community park will be 3 acres per 1,000 people, and each neighborhood park will be 1.5 acres per 1,000 people. The plan states that the size of the parks will be based upon the population density in the rural, central, and Beef Bend and Main Street neighborhoods, and not based upon the total population of the urban growth boundary. Based upon the expected building of 3,300 to 3,600 homes, anywhere from 2.5 to 3.1 people per household, that comes to an additional population of 8,000 to 10,000 residents in the 318 acres. Most residents living in this less than 1.5 square mile area will be taking advantage of not only the neighborhood parks, but the larger community parks as well. Therefore, the size of the park should be based upon the total expected population and not on the density of the people in the local neighborhoods. In Washington County, the local neighborhoods is about 5 to 8 acres, and the community is 13 to 30 acres. For example, King City Community Park is used frequently not only by King City residents, but surrounding neighborhoods as well. This 17-acre park was designed specifically for 700 homes and 2,000 new residents. Therefore, the proposed new community park acreage should be based upon the total anticipated population and not on the local resident density. The same reasoning should be applied to the neighborhood parks as well. The updated King City Master Plan is a basic wish list with standard definitions, photographs, and colored schematics of the various parks. There is no assigned acreage other than dots on a map, no public input, inadequate projected budgets for acquiring the land, planned facilities, or park maintenance, or even access to the Tualatin River. How will a community park with amenities to include athletic facilities, playgrounds, basketball and tennis courts, picnic shelters, restrooms, and parking be accommodated in a Class 1 riparian area with year-round wetlands and steep slopes? How can King City maintain these parks when they have trouble maintaining the existing King City Community Park and state there is no budget to fix the erosion from stormwater runoff behind the park itself? King City even acknowledges having a $50 million shortfall in their budget in the next 20 years. The master plan also needs to show a clear separation of acreage between the wild, scenic areas and the parks in each of the neighborhoods. They have a purpose and a function and should not be combined into a single collective category. And ideally, each neighborhood park should have 20 to 25 plots of land, 10 by 20 feet, for community gardens with connections to a water supply. There was a recent article in the Oregonian newspaper in the Homes and Gardens section that there are currently 57 community gardens in Portland, and the wait list grew to 2,000 entries from 1,340 people. The demand for community gardens has increased for plots and are more popular than ever. The land set aside should be a minimum of 1/4 to 1/2 acres for gardens. Parks are not just a place for recreation, they also contribute to health and wellness, connect residents to nature, and provide green space for the neighborhoods. Parks should be given full priority in the master plan, perhaps allowing 3,300 to 3,600 new residents on 318 buildable acres should be re-examined with more acreage allocated to the parks. If King City is going to build high-density housing, it needs to accommodate for the stressors of that lifestyle by providing adequately sized parks. Thank you.
Thank you.
Can I ask a question? Go ahead. So are you saying that the park acreage should take in all of King City, or what?
I'm saying that the park size should be taken into consideration, the URA 6D area, the 318 acres, all that population, not just King City.
Okay, so what's going on in Tigard with their River Place plus King City plus, I'm trying to think of who the
Regional versus city.
Yeah, regional versus just local.
So point that I'm trying to make is that you're looking at community parks and neighborhood parks,
Yeah.
either 1.5 or 3.0 or 1,000 population. Your area that you just incorporated will take up to 10,000 people. So you need to incorporate those 10,000 people.
All right.
Is that understandable?
Yes, that makes sense. And my question is, can we do both? Can we be both dense and kind of total in our estimations? Thank you so much.
Yeah.
Mr. Russell, do you have written testimony you want to?
It's already been submitted.
It's in there. Okay, number 12, please approach.
Good morning, I'm Amber Russell, and I live on River Lane. The Tualatin River National Wildlife Refuge asked me to read this letter from Rebecca Gomez Chuck, the refuge manager. This letter was emailed and mailed to the King City Mayor, Manager, City Council, and the Planning Commission on February 7th, 2023. The Tualatin River National Wildlife Refuge, part of the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, was established in 1992 and officially opened to the public in 2006. The story of this refuge is unique since it was proposed by local citizens who, witnessing the continual sprawl of Portland, urged the service to create a wildlife refuge here to protect the wildlife and habitats in this portion of the Tualatin River watershed for future generations. It is a designated urban refuge, one of about 100 refuges throughout the nation, so designated to bridge the divide between wildlife and their habitats and the public. The refuge has been a participant in the technical advisory group as part of the King City planning process. As the Tualatin River is the lifeblood of the refuge, we have always emphasized the importance of protecting open space, wildlife corridors, and creeks and streams feeding the Tualatin River. The refuge has undergone several major restoration efforts with our partners. Most recently, we completed the restoration of Chicken Creek, which connects to the refuge and meanders through what is now 2 miles of wetland habitat before it connects to the Tualatin River. Restoration returned 280 acres of healthy habitat to the system. 280 acres of restored wetland are directly adjacent to the King City planning area, just on the other side of the river. The southernmost route is chosen and implemented. The environmental impacts, and specifically the impacts to resources protected in perpetuity by the refuge in context and responsibility to the Tualatin River watershed, would be significant. Planning efforts documented in the draft plan appear to be focused on moving residents from the east current portion of King City to the future western extension of King City in an alignment which would traverse multiple creeks and streams that are already eroding significantly as the creeks get closer to the river. As the refuge can attest, having just restored a half-mile-long artificial ditch back into a 2-mile meandering creek, maintenance of infrastructure in a flashy river environment is highly problematic. This draft plan does not appear to contain nor refer to adequate BMPs that would be implemented to minimize degradation to riparian zones and the small tributaries that come off the hillside. The refuge strongly recommends selecting an alternative that clearly results in transportation corridors with minimal impacts to natural areas, including protected areas and watercourses feeding the Tualatin River. Such an alternative would also mitigate water quality impacts. Areas remaining in a rural and natural state allow water to penetrate the substrate, thus significantly minimizing runoff and erosion. By contrast, development of these areas, particularly road creation, creates an impermeable substrate, resulting in nutrient overload and water runoff into the creeks and rivers in an already strained system. This degradation of water quality may in turn impact steelhead populations and their habitat, which are dependent on the Tualatin River. In addition, olive-sided and willow flycatchers and northern red-legged tree frogs are 3 state species of concern found on various units of the refuge, including those refuge units adjacent to the proposed transportation corridor. It is reasonable to presume that those same species would currently be found in and around creeks in the proposed transportation corridor. By providing buffers around creeks and intact forest habitats in the proposed transportation corridor, it ensures the continued success of the listed species. I appreciate the opportunity to comment.
Thank you so much.
Can I get your name one more time?
Amber Russell.
Number 13?
So I give this to,
Has he received a copy?
Amber, were you going to submit anything in writing?
This is what I read.
I can't tell because I'm right in front of you.
I can speak loudly.
Okay.
Hi, good morning. My name is Dean Blair. I live on River Lane. I noticed on the staff presentation, they had a next step that said, one of the next steps is to develop an annexation strategy. So anyhow, the PDF packet for today's public hearing includes a section titled Recommending Findings and Conclusions. One of these findings in regarding the requirement included in Goal 14 of the King City Comprehensive Plan that, quote, the citizens of King City shall vote on any extensions of the city boundaries. The findings for that portion, quote, Senate Bill 1573, which updated the Oregon statutes regarding annexation of contiguous territory. Findings describe the law as follows. It states that a city whose laws require vote on annexation, King City, must approve an annexation application without a vote if territory is included in an adopted urban growth boundary, the territory will be subject to the acknowledged comprehensive plan of the city, and at least one lot or parcel within the territory is contiguous to the city limits. Based on this description, the findings were that the Kingston Terrace Master Plan is consistent with King City Comprehensive Plan Goal 14, Policy 2. However, findings omitted part of the statute when it made its description. The entire statute is as follows. Annexation without election, notwithstanding city laws, declaration of annexation. This section applies to a city whose laws require proposed annexation to be submitted to the electors of the city, notwithstanding contrary provision to a city charter or city ordinance, and this is what was missing, upon receipt of a petition proposing annexation of territory submitted by all owners of land in the territory, legislature body shall annex it without submitting it to the electors if the territory is included, and then you get the portion that was listed as a conclusion. So the portion listed in conclusion only applies when all owners have requested annexation, a non-contentious situation. So it appears that the meaning of the statute is substantially changed with the omission of, upon receipt, proposing annexation submitted by all owners of the land. If such a petition is not received by King City, or if you're unable in the future to obtain a petition from all owners, then I question whether the Kingston Terrace Master Plan is consistent with Goal 14 in the King City Plan. And since there will be I anticipate there will be future contentious processes of annexation. So I think it would be important that any annexation strategy developed in the future needs to accurately represent the statutes that it's quoting. I'm good.
Thank you. Okay. Mike, can I ask a clarifying question regarding that annexation, or should I wait till the end?
It's preferable to
Okay.
wait till the end to ask your real question.
Okay. Number 14, approach. We're going to take a break at 11, so in a few more minutes.
Notice that the microphone is not really doing anything for anybody, and so I'm not going to pick it up. I'm used to standing up and speaking quite loudly, so I think you'll be able to hear me. My name is Gary Woods. I live on Fisher Road. Before moving to King City, my wife and I lived with a primitive African tribe for 30 years. When there was a decision to be made in the community, they all gathered under a tree, and they continued discussing until they came to consensus. And they made a decision for the community together. And I expected in our civilized society here that we would handle things at least as well, but I've been greatly disappointed that the community speaks up and we're told that we're heard, and yet move forward without the community's backing. 4 years ago, when I heard the rumors about the Kingston Terrace plan, I contacted the city manager and the mayor, and I was encouraged to read the documents in the project library, which I did. I was encouraged to engage in the process by Commissioner Bellows, and I did. Began to speak to my neighbors. They didn't know what I was talking about. They said that they never heard of such a plan. As I walked the city with my wife, I began to meet many people, and I began to ask them about this plan. Everyone I met was against this plan. We spoke with others in the Edgewater HOA, and they wanted to include this issue in a HOA ballot, non-binding ballot. 85% of the people in that ballot voted no Fisher Road extension. Our neighbors felt that it would destroy our neighborhood and make it more dangerous for our children. Then we decided to put an online petition. Over 1,000 people signed the petition. And contrary to how it's been portrayed by many people in the room, these were real people who are really going to be impacted by whatever decision that King City makes. We started to put up signs all over the city. You saw them in the old part of the city as well as in the newer part of the city, trying to get people's attention. Then it seemed to become a threat, and we were asked to remove the signs, and we were asked to take the petition down, which we complied. We were called the opposition, and I thought that we were just neighbors talking and working together. But we were called the opposition by the city council. We've sent emails, we've had face-to-face meetings, I've had Steve on my front porch, we've attended public meetings, we've participated in official feedback, which you know, the official feedback is like 90% against this plan. If you really wanted public feedback, you wouldn't hold a public hearing at 9 o'clock on a Wednesday morning. Most of my neighbors got in their cars and went to work this morning. I don't have any neighbors who are for this plan. It's become obvious that the city planner, the city consultants, the city manager, the city attorney are in favor of this plan, but none of them live in King City. We, the majority of people in King City, continue to be against this plan. We understand and support the need for mixed housing in our region. We support King City's efforts in this regard, and we believe there is a way for the city to create a community that coexists with nature and connects with the original part of the city without destroying it. One of our main concerns is increased traffic through the Edgewater neighborhood. We've been told over and over again that this will be a slow, winding road for connectivity with the new western part of the city. Then we were shocked to see in the recent additions in the plan, reclassification of the east-west road from collector to special minor arterial. The March 2023 draft of the Transportation System Plan included this change, and it goes to an arterial is more than 10,000 vehicles passing within 10 feet of my front door. I'm not very happy about that. If it was a slow winding road, I could have eventually accepted that, but not over 10,000 vehicles passing within. On Fisher Road, our front doors are very close to the street now. So I'm asking the Planning Commission, take a look and hear all the things that people are saying and listen to the people of the city, not just the city consultants. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Number 15.
Well, it says it's on, so we'll see. My name is Greg Morrison. I live in River Lane. And I think the whole plan is flawed from the very beginning. Because we don't have any industrial or major commercial areas there. So what we're seeing is we're going to get higher taxes. The people of the community, and Portland's going to get all the benefits because they have the industry, they have the means to hoist off their problems to King City and the suburban communities. We have in this park we don't have a means to fight the encroachment from Portland and Metro. They have foisted their problems out here on us. Their lack of housing, their lack of problem solving. They want to shift their crime out here. And we don't need it. You know, a city is a lot more than just people. You got to have some sort of means to feed them and clothe them. Talking a little bitty community out here. King City is basically a strip mall. And then the rest of its community, the rest of it is people. We're going to move 3,500 people down here to the end of the street. And we're going to put a couple little shops there underneath a big apartment building. What's that gonna do for the city? We need major places for people to work and earn a living and don't have to drive all over Portland or to get to Portland or to their jobs. We appreciate what you guys have done. I mean, I disagree with a lot of stuff you say, but I can appreciate the work you put into it. But you haven't figured the basics that we need for this city. So we need to start over from scratch. Figure out what is actually a city should be and work to make that a possibility. We heard this morning that Clean Water Services hasn't developed their plan for. So how are we going to move forward to adopt a plan without them having their portion done? It's just, you guys haven't made what they need to do yet. Got to get everything in line before we go ahead and adopt it. Doesn't make sense otherwise. Thank you.
Thank you.
Can I get your name one more time, sir? Can I get your name one more time? Then, did you want to submit any written testimony?
They need your name, and if you wanted to submit anything in writing.
I don't have anything to writing.
Thank you, Greg.
Number 16.
I know what speaking to you does to my blood pressure. Please bear with me. Good morning. My name's Dan Brenner. I live on River Lane. Once again, I get the impression that neither the Planning Commission nor the council is paying any attention to the community. One would hope that you have seen and read the public meeting number 6 online survey in your master plan. If you have, you must be seeing the overwhelming number of negative comments. 876 were published, and I swear that you'd be hard-pressed to find any that aren't against the extension of Fisher Road or running it through the Columbia Land Trust. You need to read them all yourselves and pay attention to the citizens that you represent. If there is so much negativity around this plan, there's nothing wrong with the people, there is something wrong with the plan. In case you haven't read them, here's a sample. 1. This plan would severely compromise the integrity of the Tualatin River and its surrounding wildlife and environment. I would not build in the protected area of the Columbia Land Trust, as well as any of the areas close to the river. The banks are eroding quicker since the development of River Terrace, and your plan would be catastrophic. 2. The entire Fisher Road extension does nothing but destroy existing communities. 3. No problem with growth happening west of 150th. It will destroy everything else. 4. This plan will significantly compromise the health and integrity of the Tualatin River
and its surrounding environment and natural habitats. 5, Fisher Road and Shakespeare Road extensions will destroy existing neighborhoods and parks. 6, one person said, great. 7, nowhere in the facts is it noted, as the city manager did say at the last SAC meeting, that all east-west connectors intend to eventually be built. To say alternative 2 is preferred should be rephrased to say it likely is the first connection to be made. Otherwise, this discussion seems evasive. 8, Fisher Road Alternative 2 as the primary collector route is a terrible option. We have been told this since this process started. We have attempted to ignore the science, economics, and overwhelming citizens' objections to this. 9, improved nature through development is crap. It is a rationale for dividing and destroying nature. It is a developer-oriented view, not a naturalist. I'd believe a plan if it was endorsed by the Columbia Land Trust or the Tualatin River Keepers. If King City was serious about this, they would find a plan that these nature-oriented organizations approve or at least tolerate. Instead, they pick plans from developers that have been opposed by every nature-oriented organization. King City is ending up with no credibility. 10, the development will negatively impact the environment. We're planning to plow through a protected environmental conservancy. That environmentally conservative? It is not. Aren't even willing to wait for Clean Water Services to complete their environmental impact study of the impact that this development will have. That is incredibly irresponsible. 11, why bother putting out surveys that you don't listen to? 12, some losses don't just hurt for a while, they hurt for a lifetime. Stop the Fisher Road extension. 13, stop trying to run the Fisher Road Alternative 2 connector route down our throats. No number of questionnaires are going to change the majority of our community's opinions. I like to think that community participation input is valued, but you have demonstrated over and over that a group of primarily non-community elected officials and paid consultants who do not live in our community are the force that is driving this ill-advised, unwanted transportation system. Maybe recall is an alternative that needs to be pursued. Thank you.
Good job, Dan.
Thank you.
And that was off of the survey. None of that is my words. All my feelings, though.
Number 17. Number 17.
17 and 18 are going to go in tandem. Did you want to take a break first? Or?
Yes, let's take a break for 10 minutes.
Yeah.
Confirm the location of the Kingston Nature Preserve and the location of the proposed community park. A preferred alternative collector or minor arterial, depending on where you read, and community park are not compatible with the location selected. The park location was selected just recently without public input. Community park location. That's the second document. A community park has been located along the river bordering the Kingston Nature Preserve in a Class 1 riparian and wetland area. The park location was selected just recently without public input. According to the master plan, community park facilities include parking, restrooms, ballparks, tennis courts, and other amenities that would not be allowed by land use laws. This particular area has abundant wetland area. Natural Springs is in the floodplain and as a result would not support the facilities required. Bordering the Kingston Nature Preserve to the east and the Heritage Pines Natural Area to the south also make it an undesirable location due to the disruption it would cause to wildlife. Third document is the King City Comprehensive Plan. Goal 14 of the King City Comprehensive Plan and King City Municipal Code 16.212.050 both address future extensions from the West King City planning area, which is Edgewater, to 137th and beyond with UGB expansion. Any road connection is to be a local road, and the importance that an expansion will not facilitate through traffic that is traveling to and from destinations outside of the planning area and immediate vicinity. Connectivity to the mobile home park is also addressed. This is the mandate for which residents of the community expect future expansion to be governed by. Next document, Mountain View Mobile Home Park Map. This map outlines the mobile home park along Beef Bend Road and then takes the same size and overlays two areas to the west, just to give you an idea of size comparison. Both of the overlay areas, according to the Backbone Roads map of the master plan, have three dissecting east-west connectors, where the mobile home park has none. The road at 147 is 1,200 feet, and actually ends at my daughter's front doorstep in length, and the mobile home park is 1,450 feet. Backbone Roads map has no road connections to the existing city along east of 137th from Beef Bend Road to Fisher. Providing the 147th community with these roadways while protecting the mobile home park from any future transportation planning is not equity. There are no land use laws or state planning goals that I'm aware of that offer this level of protection for mobile home parks. The other point illustrated on this map is the black line across the bottom near the river. This represents the location of Alternative 2, or the Fisher Road extension. The planning process stressed the idea of connectivity to the existing city and the concept of how this preferred alternative is central to development. It is obvious this roadway is not central to development and instead borders a natural resource area instead of directly serving high-density development further north. This alignment will do what we don't want it to do, draw traffic and noise toward the river and funnel the traffic to Fisher, instead of splitting the traffic more evenly to Fisher and Beef Bend Road. The traffic circle that is second from the left is on the top of my daughter's house. If the road hits center of development, traffic will split left to Beef Bend if you're going east, or right to Fisher Road. Right now, it's all being funneled to Fisher Road. And eventually, any traffic that has to leave the area has got to use either Fisher Road or Beef Bend. And that includes River Terrace 2.0. River Terrace 2.0 will only go as far as 150th, and then they'll have to either go to Beef Bend Road or Bull Mountain Road. So eventually, traffic has to use Beef Bend or Fisher, and to funnel it all to the south is just not responsible planning. Evolution of the Green Boulevard. The routing of the Green Boulevard, Fisher Road extension, or Alternative 2, or preferred alternative, the collector or special minor arterial, whatever you want to call it, is the focal point of community pushback and has been since the beginning of the planning process. Concerns expressed by the community have been consistent, constant, and unified. The fears of cut-through traffic have only intensified as the plan has increasingly become more objectionable. I'll stop right there. Let Susan take over.
I'm Susan Myers. I live with him. So
I will go back to the sentence prior to it. The fears of the cut-through traffic have only intensified as the plan has increasingly become more objectionable. From two alternatives in the beginning, later identified as no build and alternative 4, to the recent acknowledgement by Mr. Weston that this special minor arterial will be providing a regional benefit is a head spinner. A minor arterial, by definition, carries 10,000 to 25,000 vehicles per day. This is not the intra-city connection that it was built to be throughout the planning process. This road has taken incremental steps to a level that is unacceptable and a plan this planning commission should disapprove. Common sense and the overwhelming response from the community meetings and surveys should make this an easy decision. Next document. Section, response to east-west alternatives analysis. The alternatives analysis served as the basis for the decision to select alternative 2 for the collector or minor arterial connecting Roy Rogers Road to 99W. The analysis had fundamental flaws that erroneously pointed to alternative 2 being the best choice. And then the last document, questions the Planning Commission should be asking. A list of questions is being furnished that you may want to draw from when needing clarification from City Council. The City Council depends on the Planning Commission to fully consider matters and forward thoroughly evaluated, reasonable recommendations. It's unfair to your community to act on issues without adequate preparation and asking the appropriate questions. The Planning Commission has the right to continue the hearings to another date and time. Your decision is important, so don't let a sense of perceived urgency keep you from taking the time needed to render a decision you're comfortable with.
Number 19. Is number 19 here? And then we'll go to number 20. Would number 20 like to talk? 20? We don't have 19 here, apparently. 20. That looks like 21.
Randy Olson, I live in 13509 Kingler Way. Good morning, Commissioners, and thank you for your hard work and dedication to put together a good plan. Earlier in this process, it was stated that Fisher Road would be more of a winding country road and not an arterial road connecting to Kingston Boulevard. From the King City plan, if such a local street connection from Edgewater are ultimately made with Southwest 137th Avenue, it is very important that the internal street system designed for the planning area will not facilitate through traffic that is traveling to and from destinations outside of the West King City planning area and immediate vicinity. The wording here makes it very clear and states it is very important that the future possibility of through traffic and regional traffic be avoided. This is done by limiting future connections to local streets. And from the King City Municipal Code, that although an interconnected street system is required by the provisions of this chapter,
Local street systems shall be designed to discourage motorists traveling between destinations that are outside of the neighborhood being served by the local streets. I've talked to a lot of my neighbors, and I recently went door to door in about 50 homes, and these were some of their comments. The existing traffic problem at the intersection of Fisher Road and 99 is already a mess, but it'll be greatly exacerbated by extending Fisher Road and adding more vehicles. Apparently thousands of more vehicles. I don't know if any of you have to make a left on that. Sometimes it takes 3 or 4 lights to make a left. And it also impacts people who live right there between 99 and 131st, trying to make a left or trying to turn into their driveway. Earlier in this process, it was stated that condemnation or eminent domain would not be used for compulsory land acquisition. Only willing sellers would be involved. This seemed to evolve to would only use eminent domain when necessary, and now it appears it may be used for convenience. It's troubling that the interests of the Meyer family are not considered better regarding their property, a 40-acre homestead that has been handed down through the generations. This homestead is from the 1880s, which is about when the shootout at the OK Corral occurred. It's been around a long time. Their wishes should be respected. The proposed alternative number 2 that will extend Fisher Road through the environmentally fragile Kingston conservation easement clearly does not protect and avoid disturbing the easement to the maximum extent possible as required. Alternative number 4 would avoid impacting the easement and impacts on the riparian wetland habitats. Many communities and organizations have been working to protect and restore the Tualatin River. The proposed Fisher Road extension would be punched over 4 or 5 already impaired creek ravines near their widest points. Alternative number 4 would be less expensive and have less negative environmental impacts. Edgewater on the Tualatin is a quiet community composed of a mix of seniors and families with small children. The yards are very small, so children frequently play safely in the quiet neighborhood streets. The proposed alternative to extend Fisher Road to Roy Rogers and greatly increase traffic will make the community less safe and have negative health impacts. It will destroy the character of the community. There have been several public hearings to allow citizen involvement and public engagement to provide the community's input. These hearings were well attended, especially the evening hearings, and to accommodate everyone, larger venues had to be found. Commentators and audience appeared to be unanimously opposed to extending Fisher Road to Roy Rogers through Edgewater, Rivermead, and Kingston conservation easement. It should be no surprise that members of your community are upset with the prospect of connecting Roy Rogers to 99 through the heart of their community. The expectation was that the community would remain local in character. It was made very clear at the TSP hearing that this road will now function as part of the regional transportation network as a minor arterial. This is a complete departure from...
You can complete your thought.
Okay. This is a complete departure from 5 years of planning process. This is not the community vision. You as planning commissioners have the authority to disapprove of this plan or to seek necessary amendments.
Thank you.
Thank you for listening.
All right, number 22.
Number 22. My name is Chuck Watson. I'm a resident of Rivermead. I just have a couple points to bring up. One, I believe in growth. I think it's important. I think that there's a forecast that says our country's growing, everything's growing, but it just chaps my butt that we traded our, you call it, little area over here with somewhere over in Escade. I don't know the exact location, whichever it was, but we did that growth area swap so that they could keep their nice little bucolic area, and then we can turn into this, and I get it, it's probably Washington County or somebody that did that, but, so, to me, that's ridiculous, unfortunately. But growth is important, and we gotta do it, and I recognize that. You just gotta do it right, and you gotta make the right plan. The second thing, as part of planning and everything, is you plan to succeed, you don't plan to fail. So here we are, you're going through all the different stuff regarding who's gonna be responsible for this and that and everything in the master plan. Clean Water Services made up probably 80% of all those things. And we have made a decision to postpone, to continue on without waiting for them to finish their survey, and their study. You're setting yourself up to fail. What if they decide, or they come up and they have a finding that says, you can't do this, you can't do this, or we can't do this because of we can't co-locate sewers and all that stuff. You're gonna have to go back and restart and redo everything. Okay, if this is a 20-year plan, and it's not that big of a deal, because it's gonna take 20 years to do it, wait the 2 months or whatever for the Clean Water Services to finish their doggone survey. I don't understand it. You're setting yourself up to fail. And in my previous career, you don't do that. You don't plan to fail, you plan to succeed. So you sit there and you make the plans and you do it the right way. The last thing that I have is the last public hearing like this, I ended up leaving because I was so frustrated. You're looking at a map up on the board. We had already done our 5 minutes of speaking. You know, oh my gosh, go past 5 minutes. It's tragic. But we're done with that, and we're at the point where you are asking questions of the planners, and questions to the effect of, where's the easement on this map here? I don't know where this is. And then 5 minutes later, you go and you vote on something that's going to go through that easement. You didn't know where the heck it was. I have a real problem with that. And somebody already brought it up, but essentially, we get 5 minutes to say something, and then the last half of the afternoon, you ask questions of them, and they tell you the answers that they want to hear, that they want you to hear. I just don't think that's right. And if that is in the King City, whatever laws or whatever you want to call it, that needs to be changed, because there's not that many people here that are speaking. And to sit there and say, well, you guys can only say one thing, but they can sit there and answer your questions in the manner that they want to hear. I think that's criminal, actually. But again, I believe in I believe in planning, I believe in growth, and if you do it the right way, you can come up with a great plan that's going to work. So instead of, seeing the glossy eyes that, everybody gets up here and starts speaking and sort of the glazed look, and then in 20 minutes from now, you guys say, yeah, I agree. Or not I agree, but I vote for this process. I'm sorry, but I just I don't think that's the right way to do things.
Thank you. Great.
Can I say something really quick, Chair Paulson? I just need to put it on the record because I accidentally hit the wrong button. Chelsea, if you're listening online, you're number 28.
We are at number 23.
My neighbor, number 23,
Oh.
I'm not going to speak.
You're not going to speak. Okay.
Voice issue.
Okay. Do you have written testimony you want to submit?
Mm-hmm. No.
No, okay.
What number is it now?
Number 24, yeah.
Number 24. Number 24? Number, is it online or?
Yeah, number 25 is online.
Okay, number 24 is not here or online.
So David Robinson, I'm gonna unmute.
Are we on number 25 then?
Yes, we're on number 25.
Okay, number 24 didn't show up either. Okay.
David, can you talk now?
Yes, I can, Michael. Thank you. Can people hear me?
Yes. This is David Robinson speaking online. Okay, go ahead.
All right, thank you very much. Yes, again, my name is Dave Robinson. I live on River Lane. I've written stuff down, so it might sound like I'm reading it, and that's why. I could not be there in person today due to work, despite all prior public input meetings being held after working hours. Your commission was asked to vote on this master plan and the TSP at times that are difficult for the public to attend because many local residents are unable to attend in person or remotely. This gives a very clear impression public input is not desired by those who schedule these two critical meetings. And I would be curious if the Planning Commission has ever had meetings during the day. Moving on, excuse me, the presentation you received today from the consultants has been presented multiple times over the past couple of years. It is a well-rehearsed sales pitch. It paints a picture of an ideal balance between nature and urban development and cites government ordinances and growth requirements. However, this plan is incomplete, flawed, and flagrantly violates the very guidelines it purports to uphold. Simply stated, it is not a master plan. It remains only a concept plan. Your concerned neighbors have heard these concept plans for several years now and have consistently opposed. Further, much of the presentation you received this morning was based on transportation. The prior TSP public input meeting clearly demonstrated you, as planning commissioners, played no role in actually planning the transportation system plan. Further, you had scarce time to review the over 800 pages, including the well-reasoned public input of logic and facts that contradicted the TSP. At that meeting, I addressed you in person and argued there is no basis for approving this plan and that you might be told there is no time to wait. In fact, that happened. You asked about more time to investigate this TSP along with the public input, but were then told by Mr. Weston something to the effect that there cannot be a delay because contracts were already in the works and there is no more money to delay. You did not demand more time to evaluate. You fumbled the process and, without actually approving the plan, kicked it down the road for City Council to take up 5 unanswered questions. You did not perform your duties as planning commissioners, and this led to the official appeal mentioned earlier today. You heard today the proposed streets could take 20 years to build, if ever. Further, the TSP costs for up to 12 bridges were not accurately defined in my repeated requests for this information, and has led to the supposition from King City that the data used by various consultants might be proprietary, thus evading the question. It is folly to expect developers to build bridges. And do not look to Washington County. They just turned down funding a bridge for an established road that is nowhere near any sensitive riparian environments. Washington County does not have the funds to build one bridge, let alone 12. Please do not allow today's meeting to repeat the TSP meeting outcome. Based on your questions earlier today, it appears you are not familiar with the plan because you played no planning role. You are further unprepared to accept the vast written public input and deliberate in any responsible way, especially in one day, today. So what do you view as your role and responsibility? Puppets or serious city planners? If planners, then you need to understand the plan without being told there is no time to delay. But like the TSP, if you ask for more time today, you may be told the master plan cannot be delayed. I will tell you again that it should not pass today and must be delayed for proper deliberation. The choice is obviously yours, but many more people are watching now. Sunlight is a great disinfectant, and this entire process is coming into light for many more people than those not in front of you today. than those in front of you today. I encourage you to vote your true feelings and do not, on a plan you did not create. Take more time. One that meets the needs and is flagrantly not opening itself to certain litigation. In summary, today you have been represented the same concept plan we have seen for years. It is not a master plan and is simply not ready to approve. You have been given plenty of specific and detailed written public testimony you are obligated to review and understand. There is no time in one day to complete this. You have no choice but to vote no today because there is no responsible way to accept this concept plan and recommend it to City Council in its current form. It will be improved and will ultimately meet the goals of King City's growth, but is not there today. Do not be bullied. Demand your right, demand your due right to adequate time to perform your duties.
Thank you. Okay, to number 26.
26 is Catherine Leiden. She's also online. Catherine, I'm going to try to unmute you in 1 second. Bear with me. Let's see. Catherine, did you change your... Looks like Catherine's no longer online. Catherine, if we've skipped you because I can't find your name in the attendee list, we will come back to you. All right, you'll be number 30 if you are still on. So we are at number 27. Who's
Number 27.
Okay, if I have a heart attack, I'm going to blame you guys.
I know.
It's all right, guys. My name is Debbie Walk, and I'm from Rivermead. And it'd probably be a pretty boring meeting if we didn't have Fisher Road to deal with. I mean, it would all come to a stop because we're all here begging for our community, and we shouldn't have to beg you to save our homes. We just shouldn't. And all I handed you was the comments from the community. It's all taken off the website and the petition. I couldn't do I got buried in the paperwork. My house is buried in those dots from punching little holes and wearing out my printer. And they're interesting to read. And there's a few different sections. I skipped about 3 sections, didn't put in the lawyer paperwork because 37 pages of lawyers and the conservationists, they can all stand up for themselves. But it's for the community that can't be here, the ones that have to work. And they've made their statements, and they've been talking year in and year out. And it's there. It's all on your website. And, you know, some next door stuff, but it's over and over. No Fisher Road. Nobody's saying anything about Roy Rogers. You know, if you want to build on Roy Rogers, knock yourself out. It's, put it back to the original plan, where they drop in at 150th. And it was a beautiful plan. And the little cul-de-sacs off Beef Bend match up with where King City is now. And that's, like I say, buried in dots, and like mad, and there's some real fun stuff to read, but it says a lot. It's no Fisher Road, and we all go home, and we can all have our lives back. And Edgewater be safe, for me, Conservancy, all things. Just go away, like mine, and just go around it. And that's my business for the day. Thanks, guys.
Thank you.
There's always great to have the heart monitor.
What's in here?
what exactly are we looking at in here? Okay, that's the map go like. This is Section C. All of this is from the first open house that you had and people's comments. Okay, good. And all the way through, it's just color printing. Beautiful. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thanks for looking at it.
This is everything.
All right, number 28.
So number 28 is Chelsea online. Chelsea, I'm thinking this is you. If not, let me know. Sorry. You seem to have deleted your name to a C, so. Chelsea, is that you? Can you unmute? Chelsea, can you talk? You have to unmute your computer or phone.
Oh,
I think she's unmuting. She probably stepped away.
all right. Maybe give her another. So then 29.
Yeah, 29 is, hang on. Because I'm going to mute you again. If you want to chat, you'll have to get me back up. Then 29 is Glenn C. Glenn, I'm going to bring you up. All right, Glenn, you'll have to unmute.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay, terrific. Thank you. I will not go too long. My name is Glenn Fee. I'm the Executive Director of Tualatin River Keepers. You heard from one of my colleagues, Victoria Frankeny, earlier. First of all, I want to just give a word of appreciation to the Commission in the time you spent in these hearings. I know it's a thankless position and really do appreciate you being here. I had the real privilege of going out onto the Bankston property about 5 weeks ago. It is one of the best examples of a property along the river and the watershed, and I've been to many of them, that has a preponderance of native species. It's a beautiful piece of land. It's clean. And it's really a terrific example of what we want to do as an organization to restore as many parcels as we can along the watershed, along the river and in the watershed, particularly as we're going to face more impacts from climate change. And so it really is a special property. My comment is going to be basically in response to an earlier comment I heard from Mr. Weston regarding alternative to, I'll quote, having the least environmental impacts of all the alternatives. This really is not true. So as you all know, according to the East-West alternative circulation analysis, alternative 3 is roughly equal to alternative 2, and this is in table 9, and alternative 4 clearly has the least environmental impacts of all of those. In fact, the document reads, of the alternatives evaluated, alternative 4 scores the best because it impacts resources where they are the narrowest, i.e. lower acreage impacts and likely lower water and likely lower quality, are typically furthest from the principal wildlife corridors. And you've heard comments about that earlier, and do not impact the Bankston easement at all. I think that statement alone supports an alternative other than alternative 2. It's too close to the river. It's going to impact a pristine area that's really critical to our watershed. And it's in the alternative 4 or 3, for that matter, are alternatives that simply don't have the impact that alternative 2 has. I want to make sure that we that comment was challenged in that we get this into the commission hearing. And finally, want to note that we are not against development. We all live in this community. We know affordable housing is a significant issue. We support King City's ability to add housing. We're completely behind that. but we represent the environmental community, and this is simply an alternative that does not work in conjunction with the environmental impacts that it has. So thank you so much, and I'll go offline now.
Thank you.
Chelsea's gonna try again at number 30.
Okay.
So Chelsea, this is Mike, go ahead.
I'm so sorry about that. Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
We can hear you.
Okay. So my name is Chelsea. I live in the Edgewater community. I also partially work in the Edgewater community. And I'm not going to harp on the environmental concerns that have been brought up because I echo those. I want to bring up the safety concerns that I have about the Edgewater community, and specifically Fisher going through and adding 10,000 more cars or so on Fisher Road. I walk my dog, I walk with kids, and the concerns of speeding that already happen daily. I see it. I see the flashing speed sign, flash, slow down on a daily basis. And I'm not on the road that often. So it's just concerning. And I brought up the concerns. I brought up the concerns in the first open house that we ever had, and was promised that the road was going to be a little meandering, put in some roundabouts and all of that, and it would be good. Now it's changed, and my concerns are even higher with the fact that Mike said that there really wasn't anything that the city could do for Fisher Road between 99 and through the Edgewater community. There's nothing that they can do to help reduce speeding. There's nothing that they can really do without getting together with Washington County. And if that's the case, I would urge you guys to do that now, because we know how long that this takes. And if there's any money for that or all of the planning that needs to happen, something needs to be done to keep Edgewater livable with the amount of cars that you're going to push through. It would be absolutely irresponsible to not. A lot of us bought in Edgewater for the nature aspect of it, the peace, all of that. And you're gonna take some of that away. And if you don't mitigate it from becoming a cut through, you are disregarding all of the residents in Edgewater. I am completely for making it connectable and all of that. I would love to be able to walk places and walk more places with my kids, with dogs, all of that, but it needs to be done responsibly. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Do we have anyone else, Mike?
That was the last request I had.
Then maybe we should break for lunch and resume at 1 p.m.
Chair, I would recommend before we do
Okay.
that, are you gonna keep public testimony open over lunch, or are you gonna close it right now?
Well, should we, because there's still a couple people who didn't show up, should we allow them, perhaps time to resume it after lunch? In case Catherine or the other 3 people who didn't.
Yeah, if you'd like.
I think that's
we
what we
could
should do.
I had 19 didn't show, 20, 21. And I had 23 not speaking, and then Catherine.
24.
Oh, yeah, 24 as well. And then, yep.
19, 20, 23, 24. And
Leave it open for those.
Give them an opportunity. Okay, we will return at 1 p.m.
don't ask me.
We've got probably another 10 minutes before we get started. It's still pretty empty around here, but everyone will be coming in shortly. So bear with us if you're online. Okay, hopefully you guys online can hear us. We're gonna unmute and get going here shortly.
All that. All right.
Commissioner Bellows, Commissioner Paulson, has the meeting started?
Not yet.
Okay.
We're gonna wait till 1. I'll call it to order in a minute.
What? 1 minute to 1.
Here we go. Okay, well, Apple says it's 1. And so we will bring this meeting back to order at 1 p.m. on April 26th. And so at this point, we were entertaining as to whether there's any further public comments.
I do have one, Catherine Leiden,
Okay, she was supposed to be
number 26,
26, but now will be,
and I'm gonna read it off of her.
okay. 1 second. Number 26, okay. Ready?
Yes.
Whenever you are.
All right. Can everyone, I hope everyone can hear us online, but, all right, so this was submitted by Catherine Leiden. She was number 26, and I'll read it out. She says, unfortunately, I will need to drop off at the top of the hour, but I wanted to register comments. I haven't seen any reference to parking, and I know comments were made about narrow roads, slow traffic, but given the considerable increase in population, proper parking will need to be provided, otherwise it will run off into existing Bull Mountain streets.
Okay.
Right, does Kevin have the location, address?
I did not have a address for her.
Okay. And then did you have a last name for Chelsea who was on Zoom?
I did not have a last name for Chelsea either.
Do we have any further public comment at this time, speaking in opposition of the application?
Last call for comments. About 30 seconds, and if no one chimes in, sure.
All right.
Anyone in the audience that did not have a number earlier?
I've been hearing no further comment. Does anyone wish to provide neutral comment? Hearing none, does the staff have any rebuttal?
Hand it off to you guys here, starting with Mr. Faust. Any rebuttal?
Yeah, I don't know. Start with some legal.
Yeah, why don't we start with the annexation question and.
I'm actually gonna take it back a little bit further. The first person that testified, Ms. Bankston, asked, what authority does the city have to, decide how long people have to testify? And that is under Oregon's constitutional home rule. Article 11, Section 2, basically says that we get to choose the form of our hearing, including reasonable, opportunities for people to testify. We don't have complete autonomy. We do have a statement of goals, including Goal 1, which is public participation, as well as Goal 2, which requires us to collaborate with other impacted entities. And so as we talk about Metro being one, Clean Water Services, and we have a whole list, the school district, And the idea is coordination so that people know what other people are doing. As far as the annexations and voting goes, that as the gentleman stated, the laws in Oregon have changed. So it used to be that the people that wanted to join the city, so one or more property owners that were.
Can I clarify before we move forward? Are we closing for public, do I need to close for public comment, or, because I brought forth the rebuttal? Like just legally? We're still in it.
We still have it, this is still testimony.
Okay, perfect.
And then we can close the record and move to debate after we do, I guess, the rebuttals that we wrote, or the clarifications that we wrote down.
Okay, thank you for that clarification.
It used to be that both city electors and the people that wanted to join the city could vote on the annexation.
Could you introduce yourself?
I'm Peter Watson, the city attorney. So the Oregon legislature took away the ability of city electors to approve. So if people, an area of people want to annex into a city, they still can vote on it, unless 100% of them have signed the petition, which is what was referred to. But some cities also allow their own voters to veto the annexation. And so that's what the legislature took away. So if areas are inside an urban growth boundary and they want to join the city voters themselves can't reject it. Though the city has to make specific findings that they can provide urban services to those people seeking to annex. So that's kind of it's done on a council level, but the city elector voting has been eliminated. There's also, area doesn't mean necessarily a giant area. It means a contiguous area. So let's say a single property owner directly adjacent to the city wanted to annex. They would file an application, and because they were the only one requesting, then 100% of the people would be asking to annex, and there would be no need for a vote because they wouldn't ask to annex if they didn't intend to annex. So it saves an election. If their contiguous neighbors wanted to do the same thing, they could have been part of that. So let's say there were 6 blocks in a row. 5 of them wanted to annex, but one in the middle didn't. They wouldn't have 100% signatures, so then that area would vote on the annexation or not, and they would need to get 50% of the votes. So that's how that annexation would work. Generally, the properties need to be contiguous. There is something sometimes allowed referred to as a cherry stem. And that's if there's some sort of public right-of-way that connects the properties. That can sometimes be used as long as it's not too long in length. And when we get into those questions, it gets really technical really quickly. As far as that annexation goes, it's the voters in the area. So it wouldn't necessarily be the entire area. It would be the area of the willing, is I guess how I would term it. There were comments made regarding higher taxes, and this is something that a lot of people, I've heard this in other areas as well. So constitutionally, Oregon, if you have a home in Oregon, the maximum that your property taxes go up is 3% a year, unless you were to do, like, tear down the house and build a new house or do major remodeling. And so if you look at King City, and you look at dwelling units, because the amount were calculated based on 80s values and then are limited to 3%, that dwelling units in the KCCA, generally speaking, pay substantially less in property taxes than the areas that were later annexed into King City and developed. When we did the research for the UGB expansion in the first place, one of the things that I found most interesting is King City wasn't generating enough property tax to basically pay for the services that people needed. And that's why the first UGB expansion happened, to get new property in the city that would develop, and then those people would pay for our property taxes. So for this city in particular, because it was a planned development, and then a couple of UGB expansions, generally speaking, the further west of the KCCA, the higher property taxes those houses pay, just because their value when they were built was higher. So I would, if that trend continues, then I would expect it to, that some of the houses, certainly built at low density, would be paying more, would essentially be subsidizing some of the original houses because they're paying more in tax revenue. So I wanted to clarify that. And then there was testimony related to alternative form and its impact, specifically on the conservation easement. And that is true. Alternative form would have less impact. But in addition to the Kingston easement, Metro required us to look at the impact on the current housing and housing affordability. And an issue with the alternative four is it wouldn't take, the experts say it wouldn't take traffic off of East Bend. That would then, based on conversations that the county, require us to widen East Bend, and the area immediately outside the city hall and on the other side are basically built out. So those units would likely need to be raised, and those are some of our most affordable units of housing currently. So this was something that we discussed with Metro, and speaking of that, because there have been questions of the conversations we've had with the Columbia Land Trust and others, I got an email from the in-house attorney for the Columbia Land Trust last week. I responded to him with what we knew and what we were thinking. I then received a phone call from their outside counsel the next day, and then I had a lengthy conversation with Metro's attorney yesterday around how can we mitigate related to the conservation easement. And so the way that it looks, and I think the trend that perhaps can happen, is urbanization of any kind is certainly going to impact the environment. That just happens. But, well, and we can't eliminate all urban form and urban elements, but we can do significant buffering, which would be, there would be no development within certain portions of that tract or the whole tract. It could be zoned as a park/open space. So what that would do is not prevent all environmental, but because there would be these buffers where things like water quality could be dealt with, it would address that. And you know, there's just substantial evidence in the record from people that want to protect that property from urbanization. And so Metro, I don't want to speak for them, but they didn't see much downside to doing this. In fact, they believe that was one way that we could demonstrate that we were meeting that objective. So I think that it's a little bit outside the box, but we haven't gotten any pushback. So that I can't speak for council, but that's one thing that I expect they'll look at. The final thing that I have on my list was basically a lot of the comments that we heard relate to the roads or transportation system plan. And I just want to remind everyone that So this is a larger discussion. This is really about where density goes and how do we create this complete community that people can be proud of, that also interfaces with existing King City, providing amenities to those folks. And so I think that's an important thing to think about as we're having this discussion. And if there were any other comments of a legal nature that I missed, you could just address those too.
Jump on a little bit. You want me to-
I don't have any further.
All right. I just wanted to point out a few things that we've heard. About 90% of the comments were in relation to the alternative 2 or the Fisher Extension or Kingston Terrace Boulevard, whatever you want to call it. It was pointed out that it's now considered a special arterial in our transportation system plan, and while that's not very relevant to the master plan, I just will address that really quick. I think that's a metro term. Our term is a collector, and the profile of that road hasn't changed. And the other thing is I heard is like trip numbers like 10,000 or more, and I think our modeling said 6,000 to 8,000, and we were able to reduce the number by providing more than one east-west route. So we have Beach Bend, and then we have a number of streets, backbone streets identified throughout the Kingston Terrace Master Plan, and those basically reduce the concentrated flows of traffic and kind of spread them out a little bit. There's a number of reasons why Fisher Road was selected, and those reasons are identified in the alternatives analysis that was done by SCJ Alliance and Sylvester, who's online right now. But just like some of the, I put together a list, we put together a list, but I can read that list off, or you can read them yourselves, but ultimately, the other alternatives fail to support land use model and vision. The other alternatives do not provide sufficient mobility or benefits for King City residents and surrounding areas. The northern routes require the demolition of 2 or more homes. They require the crossing of the same drainage as the lower route 3 times instead of once. They require the crossing of a wetland in addition to additional drainage crossings. The transportation modeling suggests failures or excess congestion at Beef Bend and 131st, Beef Bend and 99W. Substantial amounts of additional right-of-ways required. It does not support the preferred utility location. Other alternatives are more expensive and lack funding options. The Fisher connection modeling indicates that Beef Bend may need to be 4 to 5 lanes. 4 to 5 lane Beef Bend results in a loss of multifamily and single-family dwellings over a 2-mile stretch. Fisher connection is the least impactful to the natural environment. The Fisher connection is the most economical connection. The Fisher connection does not require the demolition of homes. The Fisher connection provides the best relief to the transportation congestion along Beef Bend. Fisher is the only right-of-way and street profile wide enough to accommodate the increased traffic volume. Fisher Road is eligible for transportation development tax funding. Fisher alignment would be eligible for RTP and MSTIP funding. The Fisher alignment provides the best access to future parks, trails, and natural areas. The Fisher alignment gives the best options for regional stormwater solutions. The Fisher alignment provides the most benefit for the most people at the detriment of the least or fewest. Fisher alignment also reduces the traffic through the Deer Creek School Zone. The Fisher alignment provides an alternative route out of Edgewater. The Fisher alignment modeling suggests the fewest vehicle miles traveled, and the Fisher alignment also has the potential to serve as a local transit route. So those were the 20-plus reasons that we came up with off the top of our head for why Fisher has risen to the top, and it's in their packet as the preferred alternative 2. That being said, the master plan is more about what our communities look like and what kind of zoning, what kind of features we want to see. A large part of the master plan is how those neighborhoods act, how those neighborhoods feel, density provisions in those neighborhoods, open space provisions in those neighborhoods, parks provisions in those neighborhoods, what kind of features are in our parks, what kind of features are in our streetscapes, what kind of features are in our neighborhoods. So the master plan, this 800-plus page document that's before you and all of its exhibits, really talks about how we build the best community for King City over the course of the next 20 years. The mobility section is in there, but it's a rather small piece. I think what we really should be focusing on, because the TSP is already kind of focused on transportation facilities, is how we build the best community possible for the future. There's also funding strategies in here as well about how we do that. The estimated system development charge for transportation services is roughly $25,000 per residential dwelling unit. And then the parks SDC is estimated at roughly $9,000 to $10,000 per unit. So those are funds that would come to the city to pay for the services and the park services and those things throughout the master planning area. And those are all relevant because these SDCs are going to affect what the cost of the residential dwelling units are throughout the area. And so we've tried to come up with a plan that weighs the cost and weighs the benefit and also creates an economic product that gets put on the market. And through that, we've increased our density in the town center. So we have like 1,200 to 1,500 units in the town center, Main Street Town Center, and that's going to carry a large load of our residential needs. And then the Deep Bend community is identified as kind of a moderate density or mid density, and then you have the central neighborhood, which is kind of like a step down, and the rural neighborhood, which is a step down from that. Each one has different density provisions, different height provisions, different floor area ratio provisions. We've looked at our streetscape on how we can identify these streets and address how we want the profile of the streets to look, how we want the profile of the streets to feel. Our neighborhood routes and our collectors are only 2 lanes, 2 travel lanes, and then we have a separated multi-use pathway for a portion of the east-west preferred alternative 2, which is considered a collector route. But then it also, after about 150th, I believe, then it has sidewalk and bike lanes on both sides. But between 100 and, is it 147th or 150th, that it has 2 travel lanes, a buffer, and then a multi-use pathway. And that all fits within a 50-foot right-of-way. Now, right-of-way gets a little bit bigger as you travel to the west. And that's to accommodate more of that density that we see in some of those other areas. There's a lot that goes into this plan, and I'm not about to be able to sum it up in a matter of minutes before the commission. But I know that the commission has read most of these because I fielded your questions, and I know you're familiar with all the data that's in here. With that, I would just say that there's a lot of time, work, energy, and effort that has gone into this. The city hires planning consultants. Someone said that the planning commission has not been involved in the planning. That's because the city hires consultants that specialize in planning to produce a plan. And then that plan gets brought to the commission for consideration. The commission considers that and then makes a recommendation to the city council on the plan. So there's opportunities for involvement of the commission, but it's more in the way of like recommendations or modifications here or there or conditions to your recommendation. So
there was one more legal one. There was a gentleman that talked about an appeal of the TSP to the city council. So when we looked at that, sorry, Siri. Siri has an opinion on appeals to the city council apparently. So our analysis was that your recommendation on the TSP was not a decision, it was a recommendation, and that that code provision related to decisions where the planning commission could be the final body to make a decision. So this is automatically, the TSP is automatically going to the city council. So there is no, and that will be a legislative hearing where people will be able to participate however they like. Instead, it's not necessary for a member of the public to appeal something that already is going to the city council. That appeal process is for something that wouldn't normally go to the city council absent an appeal. The gentleman that wanted to appeal it very strongly disagreed with that analysis. So what we've offered to do is to ask the city council for an interpretation of that code at their next meeting. So they're entitled to vast deference in the interpretation of the code. We, staff, are entitled to a little bit of deference in our interpretation of the code. So it would just, we'll get them to make that determination. If they believe that this thing can be appealed despite, a recommendation can be appealed despite it already going to council, at that point, we'll try and figure out what that process would look like for a separate appeal to happen. So it's possible the gentleman's right, but it's not our position to say it's really the city council last final say on that. So that's how we'll address that. And if he wants to appeal this to the city council, despite the fact that it's automatically going to the city council, that city council interpretation for the TSP would also be relevant to any other recommendation that the planning commission makes to the city council.
Beyond just this event, but like in the future as well?
Yeah, so what does the term decision mean?
Right.
Does that mean a decision does decision mean recommendation? I guess you're deciding to make a recommendation. I mean, if I put on my lawyer hat and say defend, you're deciding to make a recommendation, so they've told you to, so they're not going to tremendous amount of discretion. And then the secondary question is if it automatically is going to the city council just by right, then would there be a separate appeal process for that? Because it seems to me, having staffed hundreds of planning commission meetings in different jurisdictions, that there is no need to appeal if you participated at the planning commission level and it's automatically going to the city council. But I might be wrong, so we'll find out.
I'll segue really quick. We've had internal discussions as well about buildable land actually in this area. There's 528 total acres within the Kingston Terrace master planning area. We estimate about 100 of those are natural resources. So that drops it down about 428. And then there's about another 100, 110 that are like constrained or possibly constrained. So that breaks it down to roughly about 318 acres that we identified that had no constraints whatsoever. But there's still a possibility that that could be somewhere, our estimate is about 300 to 400 acres of total buildable land that's out here. But a lot of that would have to be delineated or identified at the development level. But we've identified, I think, at least 100 plus acres of natural resource parks land. So I think the total was somewhere between 300 and 400. I think initially we came up with an estimate of 318 acres was what was considered buildable without jumping into any of the constrained land. Those would be type E, upland.
A and D,
Okay.
upland habitat class 1 and 2.
Right.
Riparian that would need that, the metro maps are crude at this point in time, and property owners at the time of development would delineate those resources to identify where precisely they exist.
Who would do that?
Property owners or developers at the time of development.
Developers would make that decision?
They wouldn't make the decision. Go ahead.
So the way this boils down is you have someone that would come up with a development. They would need to do a delineation. Through a delineation, they would have to do a joint application permit, like we discussed earlier, right? This would involve Army Corps of Engineers, Department of State Lands, Department of Environmental Quality, National Marine Fisheries Services, U.S. Fish and Wildlife, Oregon Fish and Wildlife, and all the agencies on that list. Those would have to be, that would be part of their permitting to develop areas near an area that was identified as a natural resource or habitat. So typically, what we see or what we've identified as being natural resource are going to be your wetland habitat classifications of wetland classification 1 and 2. So it's wetland riparian habitat 1 and 2, and then you have wetland riparian habitat 3, and then you have upland habitat A and B. And then you have upland habitat C, but upland habitat C is outside of the sphere of regulation. So, except for the Metro Title 13, which I believe, oh, it doesn't. No, it doesn't. So, Our code, however, does evaluate those and look at what we are allowed to and provide or policies for how we deal with that, because it's a policy right now, and we're not jumping into code work. When we do jump into code work, those code languages will need to have clear and objective standards on how we regulate those habitats.
So just the Cliff Notes version of that is using satellite imagery, we know where the river is and we know where wetlands or waterways are. But because upland habitat can be something like oaks, the only way to assess it is to actually be on the ground and to see whether it's there. And we don't have the unilateral ability just to walk people's properties and determine if that habitat exists or not. So, but at the time of an application, that's when we get to go on the ground. That's when the experts go on the ground and see whether it's habitat or not. And then the other is a lot of the natural areas that we're talking about are natural areas, and they might be a park like a Tryon Creek Park in Lake Oswego, for example, or a Marriott's Young Park. There's also the component of like fields. And so those aren't going to go in a riparian area. Those are going to need to go in a dry area, in those sort of community amenities. So it's possible that the net developable acres are going to go down based on that need as well. And it's too early to say exactly where those are going to go, though the most likely place that they would go would be people that very strongly feel that different parcels shouldn't develop as residential. So if it's not going to develop as residential anyway, that might be an opportunity for a park in the traditional sense of park versus a natural park.
I just made a comment, as I'm sure you're familiar with Washington County, is now being required to identify natural resource areas within the county. They have until, I think, May of 2024. Doesn't that incorporate a lot to what you're talking about here now?
So I think that they have, and I listened to part of that hearing and I read the staff report. I think the moratorium actually goes to the fall of 24. The staff report said May. So they're metro mapped areas, and previously housing was prohibited in those areas. And because of a change in the needed housing language, now it's possible that housing could go into those areas, but they need to have clear and objective criteria for how that would occur and where would that occur. And Washington County has not developed that clear and objective criteria yet. So what they were saying is because we previously were prohibited from even considering it in this area, we don't have that clear and objective criteria. So that's one of the items I spoke with Metro's land use attorney about yesterday, is understanding that impact on cities. And we're still we have to wait till we get the final opinion. Yeah, but we're definitely tracking this issue.
A long ways to go.
Yeah, it does apply to unincorporated Washington County, but so it will be the developments in unincorporated Washington County. So what that means to me is that the city also needs to develop clear and objective criteria, because if land is annexed into the city, it will be under the city's code and standards. So that's something that our consultants are going to be looking at is they develop the code for this comp plan.
Commissioner Olson, may I ask a point of order question?
Sure.
Right now, it seems like we're in rebuttal of previous testimony given, and the rebuttal is by staff. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And it also, from what I've heard, it sounds like much of what has been said by staff is another presentation
not necessarily associated with what the previous testimony was. And so a lot of what I've heard is new information, a new presentation. And I wonder if that is a correct way to proceed without further public comments to be able to address that new testimony.
What I'm hearing is actually a lot of the questions I had, they are speaking to the comments that were made by the public
So
and
we
providing
had-
that clarity.
Instead of asking questions of us in response to the testimony, we had asked for them to hold those questions until the staff rebuttal period. So everything I said was in response to comments that were made where I took it as I sensed that the commission had a question about it.
And they align with a lot of the questions that I had actually highlighted in the
That's
commentary.
correct about what Mr. Watts said, that Mr. Weston brought in new information that was not even brought up in previous testimony. He reviewed he talked about what was in the plan, in the 800 pages of the plan that was not even brought up in testimony. And so that is a new presentation that I've heard that nobody had a chance to comment on.
It's all in the 800-page plan.
Which is valid for us to be discussing here, right?
Okay, just a point of order, if you don't want to address it, that's fine, I just thought I'd bring it up.
There's also staff findings that are in your packet as well that address all of the relevant code criteria and legal framework for design. I don't think we've really dove into any of that unless you have a question, just because it's a dry read, and I trust you've already dove through those.
Is there any further staff rebuttal at this time to the public hearing comments that were made?
You want to ask Ann?
Well, my computer died, but
no.
that's why I was running down here looking for a battery cable. But Ann Sylvester is online, and I think she has the ability to unmute if she wants to talk about any mobility. Thanks. Go to a park. You can't open that up? Okay. Go to panelist. And can unmute if you want. And you can add anything if you'd like. We can hear you.
Okay, I really don't have anything to add unless it's a very specific detail question. You went over a pretty long laundry list of all the things that we had talked about looking at the trade-offs for the various alignment alternatives that we studied in the East-West study, and we looked at the whole broad gamut of land use and economic community, environmental, transportation mobility, and looking both at active transportation and vehicular transportation. A pretty thorough, given the context of what we're doing, a pretty thorough assessment of what the trade-offs would be with different alignment alternatives. And I think you did a real good synopsis of things that we hadn't been hearing before. There's a lot of concern about the environmental impacts of any kind of development in the area, and I certainly understand and appreciate that, but it has to be weighed against the transportation and mobility and broader community viability impacts. If you're going to develop in the area, you need a transportation system to support the land use development. And what we've tried to come up with is an option that is going to do the best job that's possible.
Was there anything you guys wanted to address about parks? I think there was a question on that, and I thought maybe we could address some of the parks that we have programmed into the master plan and where those might be.
We do have a table in the master plan that shows for most of the park types the estimated number of acres per park. The protection of natural spaces is treated separately from parks. Some of the designations don't have a factor per 1,000 residents because it depends from community to community. But I think at a minimum, you can see that there's, between 7 and 10 at a minimum acres per 1,000 residents of parks, just based on the numbers that we have, and that's not including some of the urban spaces, the park blocks, the linear parks. So we've taken put a great deal of time and effort into this. It's true that exact park locations have not been identified, more in the mapping kind of general areas where parks will be located. The maps don't show those pocket parks and neighborhood parks that will be the responsibility of developers as they develop the areas. But we're confident that we have adequate park acreage to satisfy the 8,000 to 10,000 residents that will populate the area once it's fully developed. Marcy, do you have anything to add?
Yeah. And I'll just say that it's public testimony that really has led us to have further conversations with Metro about parks, open space, about the Kingston conservation easement. And so that's the whole purpose of this, is for us to listen to the community and hopefully respond to the community concerns if we can. So that the number of acres for parks like continue going up. If you guys continue advocating effectively for and drawing attention to something.
I think that needs a evaluation of that, because I think a lot of the people in the community are going to be going to the community parks and the neighborhood parks, and your numbers that you're working with now for 1,000 people is just not going to work.
And I'll follow that with, where's the metric come per 1,000 people? Because Oregon is very different than most of the country. Our kids do have to play in the street. That kind of took me when I first moved here 25, 30 years ago. Is that a national metric or is that an Oregon metric?
I can address that.
Yeah.
So, not really required for a master plan at this stage to even have this metric, but what we wanted to be clear that there was going to be an investment in parks. We wanted that to be included in the infrastructure, kind of the public facility capital cost estimations that are coming forward. And so we wanted to make sure that it was included, because it is a really important component of neighborhoods, and we're focused on making great neighborhoods here. So the methodology that we developed was to look at about 10 or 12 different parks plans, actual adopted parks plans. So that would be a more advanced policy document than you may do that someday, in preparation for actually paying for and building these parks. So we looked at some adopted policies regarding, they all use basically the same metrics for types of parks per 1,000 residents. There's information about the more urban parks, like the linear green, the park blocks, the urban park, and the urban plaza, but we also wanted those types of parks to be included in the town center area. But there's really not, that is not a standard parks metric that you can go out and look at a adopted parks plan and see. However, the other numbers came from adopted parks plans.
Okay.
We generally erred on the higher side when we saw any variation. So if it was like 10 or 12, we generally chose the higher number of acres.
At this point, do commissioners have any questions for staff? Go ahead.
I was just going to ask if somebody could address how we come to how much we considered industrial commercial set aside for the town center. One gentleman felt like we had not set aside enough that it almost sounded like he wanted some sort of a manufacturing complex or something in that space.
I'll jump to that really quick. We had talked about doing some industrial land or an industrial overlay in the concept plan.
Yes.
We've still kind of got this idea that maybe we can have a business campus or something nearby. But when we did our economic analysis or the market study, thank you, market analysis, and we've done 3 of them. So we did 3 market analyses, and each one, the numbers kind of got refined a little bit more and a little bit more and a little bit more. The first one was kind of open to the idea that there could be a hotel and a employment campus and some commercial retail space available, and I think that came out to an estimate of about 100 to 120 combined square feet of this area would support of non-residential uses such as this. So from that, then we had another one done, and that kind of shrunk it down a little bit, but it was still within the realm of feasibility. I think Eco Northwest did our second one, and that knocks it down to a realm of feasibility between 60 and 80,000 square feet of commercial retail that would be supported. And then we had FCS do a third and final one, and they came out with this, 60 to 100, right? So, but all 3 of them have come down to the area has the demand to meet the needs for a commercial town center in that area or a Main Street town center. And so there's also demand from Tiger's models up above where they just done their concept plan on River Terrace that they want to tie into our Main Street and provide some commercial aspects to their elements as well. So this kind of density that they're planning up there is about 20 units per acre, and that's their minimum. So it's more dense than what we're even proposing just to the south, but ultimately that kind of density is really going to create a nice cultural center if we can orient and work together with the city of Tigard for this whole strip. So right now we're fortunate because there's a large development holding firm that owns on both sides of the East End, and they are working collaboratively with a development firm to plan that entire area. And so you have the luxury of it being just one development agency that's looking on both sides of the East End and trying to figure out and formulate how this Main Street town center is really going to function properly and how it's going to radiate out. If you look at our master plan, it starts really dense in the town center, and then as it radiates out, those densities kind of fall off a little bit. And you'll see that as well along the arterials where Rogers and East End, that the density is higher along those areas as it radiates down to the more rural characteristic neighborhoods. So if you look through those plan components and policies, if you have questions on how that implements, I think Marcy here is an expert on how that can plan out, and teams or work in action, and it's really creates a nice cultural center for the community.
So the economic analysis didn't support industrial because of the amount of existing industrial, and also because of the Basalt Creek plant area between Tualatin and Wilsonville, which is hundreds of acres. So that our economic analysis supported residential. But we can have like a kind of a Main Street commercial. We will be able to do that. Housing will be a component of that. But as far as like straight up industrial, we couldn't.
But it's sure what's trying to do it just south of us. And to Peter's point, I just want to point out that when we brought in our area to the urban growth boundary, Metro was not keen on the idea of us having an industrial zone and did not like that as an idea and wanted us to focus mainly on housing. So we had pulled that component out of our plan and made it kind of a light industrial overlay that could potentially have a business campus, a hotel, or something to that effect that was oriented to the tourist industry, wine country, or whatever.
What's an example of industrial like in this area? Is it the Sherwood Linger Farms area? Is that industrial or commercial overlay?
I would think more like 72nd and Boone's Ferry sort of thing. Like there's kind of like a business campus sort of industrial thing.
Like business park?
Like a business park. That's kind of what we talked about, a campus style business park, not necessarily a industrial chip manufacturing plant or something to that effect. That was never really on our table from the get-go, although it would be great, but we just don't have the access to rail, highway, or any sort of shipping aspect.
So the Salt Creek area, which is in between Tolles and Wilsonville, which is zoned industrial, and was most recently done, it's a combination of light manufacturing and warehousing. So what percentage of the tract can be light manufacturing versus warehousing, that could still be developing, but that's what you get. You get warehousing and you get kind of light industrial. And there can be a component of retail as long as whatever they're selling is manufactured on that site. But so when people say industrial, that's kind of what we're talking about.
You have a question?
Mr. Winston, could I possibly make one comment about what you just said as far as density at Beach Bend and Roy Rogers between you and Tigard?
Go ahead. What's your question or comment?
I'd just like to know if between King City and Tigard, if they've given any consideration to widening Beef Bend at Roy Rogers to some extent prior to any construction. Period.
You mean like kind of taking it wide and then narrowing it as it gets to the east?
Yes, like they do throughout the area. Say Murray, Tualatin, Sherwood Road.
124.
Commission.
Sure. Are we thinking like to, like put turn lanes in, or I'm just trying to think of what the
Widening
purpose of it.
Beef Bend at all
Yeah.
prior to construction.
Marcy?
I have heard Washington County and Tigard talking about that intersection during their River Terrace 2.0. And there are plans for additional turn lanes there, which would widen it just at that point.
It's in our transportation system plan. That intersection is in our transportation system plan. Beach Bend itself is identified as a three-lane arterial. We're trying to keep it three-lane, but the intersection itself would be larger. You'd obviously have more turn lanes at the intersection.
Okay, so the southern part of Tigard, where it meets Beef Bend and Roy Rogers, is that where Tigard wanted to put an additional, like, shopping center to kind of attach to the main street you guys have planned?
They're actually pulling it back to follow River Terrace Boulevard where we are at.
Okay.
So their piece would coincide with where River Terrace Boulevard would cross Beach Bend. And it's about 1,000 to 1,200 linear feet east of Roy Rogers.
And I just would like to clarify that this is kind of illustrated on page 25 of the master plan. There's a plan from Tigard's own document. And you can see there's the highest level of commercial activity that they're planning on is more of a main street. So they're not planning a shopping center. They're really hoping to kind of piggyback on the Kingston Terrace. Kingston Terrace would provide the larger commercial eventually, and they would have a continuation of the main street. Smaller shops, basically.
So,
May I ask one point of clarification? Is that okay?
Sure. What's your question?
So just so I'm clear, as everyone is referring to the Kingston Terrace master plan, we're all talking about the most current version, the one that went up on the website yesterday.
last week.
Well, it went on the website yesterday, but it was noticed by the city over a week ago, or a week ago.
There was a link to it, but it was not the current version, is my understanding.
Yeah, it was,
Same version.
yeah, same version that was posted yesterday, no changes were made.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Make a comment. I just found it interesting that mentally discourage you from building commercial industrial areas in this section here, but you're not adhering to the section in maximum extent possible with easement property. Comment?
I think we are.
I think, yeah, I would say.
And we're working with Metro right now to meet the condition, and we have been since the condition was applied. I mean, I've met with the Columbia Land Trust representatives numerous times here at King City. We've had a lot of conversations, and we're looking at creative ways in order to mitigate harm.
That shared zone that you were talking about last week, that's something that's fairly new that I don't think the public should have a chance to comment on. Am I correct?
Yeah, we haven't done any zoning.
We haven't done any zoning.
But you just brought it up as a possibility.
I wanted to know if they opposed it. Because proximity of houses to the conservation easement will have or any building will have an impact on the conservation easement.
The question, there's commentary made about Clean Water Service and their strategy, and, you know, how does that intersect with our plan, our decisions now, our recommendations at this point, versus waiting for the conclusion of their study?
They may impact eventual development.
Their plan will come into effect on our.
The city plans to implement whatever those recommendations from Clean Water Services are related to sewer and stormwater. What it does not impact is the proposal for the River Terrace Boulevard, Fisher Extension, that road. They could say that, no, we're not gonna co-locate sewer service with that road extension, but that wouldn't change the city's proposal for that road because of the many reasons that we stated earlier today. So the recommendations from Clean Water Services will essentially be integrated into the city's comprehensive plan and code.
As part of our utility plan. Yeah, but it won't have any impact on what we have before you today.
Sorry. At what point do we ask for swimming pools and splash pads and things like that?
So this is the time to kind of identify the desires. We've listed in here, some parks, facilities, splash pads are in there. I think we have some other elements that are identified in the urban park standards and community park standards that have those elements.
Okay.
We also have the desire that was expressed in the concept plan for a recreation center, library, as well as some city administrative offices. So those are all kind of programmed in there as well. Those are larger lists that require some additional funding components, but they're all part of the plan in general. The park section, which is starts on page 27, I believe, of your master plan, starts going into what the park features might be or might include. And these are kind of general guides for developers to follow. And then as we get into the code, writing the code, we'll have elements in there as well. And then there's also the system development charges where a developer could come in with a proposal that meets our policies or requirements and find that they can get a developer credit for the park.
Got it. Okay.
Yes.
Not a King City post office.
That we cannot promise you. I learned in another city, you can't make the USPS do anything. You can ask nicely.
Oh, go ahead.
I was gonna say, I was not real familiar with the term cottage clusters, and so I went online and looked at a number of them, and it almost feels like cottage clusters could almost have pocket parks as incorporated in what they are, and they seem extremely attractive to be able to have sort of individual homes in a small lot area. And so I'm assuming that would be one thing that we're going to encourage.
Yeah, so cottage clusters are a unique situation where it actually has the ability to propose some economical housing, right? And some attainable homes and things of that nature on a lot. So you would have multiple small cottages on a single lot, and that is permissible through our zone, it's permissible through our code language, that it is also one of those elements that came out of House Bill 2001, 2003. And also, Marcy's group at Earthworks has done a ton of work on this and has incorporated a lot of these features into our master plan. So she's the authority on this thing.
That's really cool.
I was kind of excited to see that.
Yeah.
Like,
That's some good
yeah,
stuff.
we should all live like this.
When the document, the master plan provides some information about what Tiger River Terrace 2.0 has done, and they talk about the town center extension. The document also, your master plan also includes, on page 26, some of the studies that Meister did, where we were looking specifically at how cottage clusters might be encouraged to be located or incentivized to be located along the natural resource edges, so that they are softer, lower profile type of housing. And so there's some images there that show the softened edges between the Celtic feathered edge and how those housing types that are already in your code based on the House Bill 2001 could be placed more, typically along the edge. They can be placed anywhere in a neighborhood. That's now permitted. It's now a permitted housing type. But they're especially appropriate along a natural resource edge, I think.
And our mechanism for encouragement is like lower system development charges or some other incentive that way? Is that, can we,
Things that we'll be talking to you
we have
about
mechanisms?
as a code, hearing,
And almost,
code work session.
yeah, it almost is like something that you could put in a small neighborhood area where there are actually more expensive homes, and it would not detract at all from, so it would be a little more of a mixed population perhaps.
Our code, or the master plan definitely encourages a mix of, housing profiles.
Right.
So, size, stature, and all those things, so that you get that economic mix as well as the size mix, and then you don't get the, model, right, on each one. So I think the idea behind our plan was that all of these, would be welcome from all different walks and all different, economic profiles.
At what point do we start talking about like innovation in terms of, road permeability and, kind of bringing in some of the ideas that are being modeled throughout the country as development's occurring? Is that here, or is that at, kind of the development phases of the plan?
So, permeability, you're talking about which
Well,
we bring into code?
Yeah, like thinking about how we can mitigate stormwater drainage in spite of putting a road in place, or,
So,
solar capacity of our roads, or, kind of some of the ways of the future.
I think we had worked with Clean Water Services on implementing some stormwater features as well, and going with something a little more elaborate than what their base is. And they are trying to roll that into their master plan for our area that's more in line with the River Terrace 2.0 stormwater plan in that area. And that would have your stormwater infiltration, water infiltration, the LIDAR system, and opportunities for regional storm basins. That was one of the things that we featured very prominently in our concept plan, and we were pretty happy about, and we're trying to roll into this as well. I think we have a statement in there, and I think there's some text and language that in the master plan to support that.
Mhm.
And would that also include, the erosion control?
We're trying to go over and above the minimum requirement.
Because a lot of the erosion we're dealing with is really house development. We're at the lower end of, and the geography that got developed that's up at a higher elevation than the geography that we are going to develop. And so it's,
It's certainly a struggle I think the city faces currently and will face into the future. And something that hopefully we can use development dollars to really get in and address, as well as the potential, like I mentioned earlier, of a future stormwater fee of some sort for the city that we can really focus on it, some of those improvements. We have major street drainage problems throughout the city, like a river running through the city on any big storm event. So we need to be able to have resources to fix those, and those are kind of outside of clean water services immediate sphere, and those are things that we as a city can undertake through certain steps.
I noticed in our packet the risk emphasizing energy savings and up in our presentation today, nobody has really addressed it, so maybe now is not the time to talk about it.
Perfect time to address it. So there is a section in there about electric vehicles, thinking futuristic, how we plan utility grids, so power grids, things of that nature, how we are able to accommodate those. A lot of this comes in the form of like building codes, right? So, but setting the master plan, and then as we adopt our municipal codes, we can establish criteria, rules, and things that would encourage that, right? So maybe there's maybe we can work jointly with PGE or Northwest Natural to get certain bill credits or statement credits for developers on these home sites if they provide a certain amount of, like if they have an electrical vehicle charging station at their home, or if they provide a certain amount of solar capacity, right? So all of these elements are things that come in the code, so that's what's coming up next.
Sure, and why haven't we talked about gray water reusage for irrigation and
Sure.
And, you know, that water capture that.
So we are very fortunate in our district. Clean Water Services has a recycled water system that comes right after our golf course, and we are trying to actually use some ARPA funds to extend that line out to the West Side Trail segment and down to the park. We're working with Clean Water Services jointly on that to extend that, and the plan is, once we get to the West Side Trail segment, is to extend it even further out and service these park areas that we're planning over on the far west side. And that's your recycled water, and that's environmental benefit as well, because it takes the temperature of that water and it reduces it before it gets put back into the ecosystem. So working jointly with Tigard and Clean Water Services and ourselves on trying to extend this line to service those parks is really going to be a benefit for us moving forward. It's not there yet, it's only just right over here, but we are getting close, and we do have aspirations and plans to extend that even further. And so that is definitely part of our long-range goal plan.
Where does that facility occur where they're recycling the water? Like what's?
Oh, here on Durham.
Okay, yeah.
Sanitary water is filtered, cleaned, and then it's usually the temps are too high to put directly back into the system. So it goes into either a cooling pond or gets put into a holding facility so the temperatures equal out. But they have so much that they need to find a home for it. And so we're trying to provide them opportunity to use those, that as a resource and also as an environmental offense.
Could that be extended to people's sprinkler systems in residential use? I on some level?
At some point in the future, maybe. Right now, what we were talking about is trying to tie the HOAs in, because the HOAs are on a large system. And so we were gonna try to tie in, the Highlands, and then run it down 131st Street, and then down Fisher and tie in Edgewater and to the, West Side Trail segment under the Bonneville and PGE line, and then down to our community park. So the total cost for that was somewhere in the realm of, I want to say 2 million or so is what they were saying.
How many?
2 million. And so that's our ask, I think, at the state legislature was like a $2 million ask. And then King City's portion, we had a portion in there, and Clean Water Services had a portion in there. We're going to use our American Rescue Plan Act fund for that. So the engineering's been, I'm not going to speak for Jared at Clean Water Services, but he's been working on it, trying to design the plan, and has a pretty decent plan set up that we submitted to state legislature and asked for some dollars on that.
I mean, right now when it's been raining so much, it's hard to think that we need to be thinking about every drop of water, but we do.
Yeah. And it's a great plan, and it's a great system. It has great benefits for our region as a whole and for the ecosystem as well.
Probably helping out of the Tualatin River and all of the streams that feed into it.
Yeah, a lot of those features, they're rolled in as like high-level policies, but they are addressed in here.
And some of this is gonna require changes from DEQ, particularly around the uses of gray water. So like the golf course, they're comfortable with. If we add a field of barley, they'd be comfortable with that too. But when you start, the closer you start getting to people's homes, the more uncomfortable it gets.
Point of order, what city this got to do with Kingston Terrace, master plan?
Are you thinking there's no point in discussing infrastructure with regards to how we irrigate or conceive of the future and energy needs as part of the comprehensive plan?
It's got nothing to do with Kingston Terrace.
I think we want to be a unified city. That's one of our goals. And so I think it, does have pertinence to our discussion today as we kind of think about the city as a single unit. Not parcel it out and say, we only care about one portion, it's all together. And so I think that this is all pertinent to how we're conceiving of a comprehensive plan, not just a portion of that plan.
It actually starts on page 69 of your master plan, and then goes through, I think, 76. For your utility framework, public utilities and services, infrastructure funding and services. There's also the renewable analysis, page 88. Development assumptions, natural systems, clean water services, sanitary and stormwater. Bottom line is something that we have to consider. Policy, utilities, stormwater, sanitary, water, transportation.
Mike, at one point I want to give the content, because we were handed quite a bit of content, some time for everyone to review, should I close the public hearing before we do that? Should we take a bit of time so that we can review this content during the public hearing?
So you've received the public testimony at this point in time. There's no other public testimony. So, in all truth, this public testimony probably should have been closed. Right. But haven't done that yet. So
The order of my script does not suggest that was the case. So that's what I'm going with. And so, but the next step was to close the public hearing.
yeah.
But my question is, should our review of the content provided to us occur within the public hearing or in our deliberation component?
So technically, you should have reviewed most of the documents prior to arrival today, but the stuff that came in today,
Yes.
the comments and things.
There's a lot. Right.
Yeah, there's a lot of comments and things that are in there. You're welcome to take a few minutes to review.
Okay, let's do that now before we close the public hearing. Yeah, I think we're still in this kind of consideration of this documentation.
Mike, in my experience, it's hard to get developers to do anything. How is it, how can we put in the code, if here's the master plan, so we want nice curvy paths for people to walk along through the housing developments, and how do we get, I mean, some people love straight streets. Those of us in landscape architecture don't. And how do you do that? You just sit down with the developer and say, put in some windy path. How do you do it?
The transportation system plan has standards for transportation elements, right? Pathways, roads, sidewalks, trails, they're in there. What it doesn't say is that you have to have a turn every 500 feet, right?
Right, yeah.
But what we've done is created our street network on a grid.
Yeah.
So the grid provides opportunities to include traffic calming devices such as like a small traffic circle or bulb outs or elements. And those are actually called out in your master plan for how we can implement those or how we would like to see those implemented. And what you see is that there's block lengths of about 200 to 300 linear feet. And then you have these neighborhood routes about every 600 linear feet. And then supposedly you're supposed to have a collector like maybe 1,200 linear feet is kind of what these do. But what we have is we have one collector, and then we have a couple little neighborhood routes here and there, and some local streets in between those. And it's all built on a grid system that's designed with elements to slow traffic down or make it more walkable. And those are kind of done in a broad fashion through the master plan and a rather broad fashion in our transportation system plan. But hopefully they have the same kind of effect on that system that we're looking for, right? We're using best practices from other cities or lessons learned from other cities on how we can try to implement those things and still have clear and objectionable standards at the end of the day.
Yeah. No, I was just, go ahead, Marcy.
I'll just add that if we're talking about sidewalks and meandering sidewalks, I think we would tend to discourage that wherever the sidewalk is part of a kind of promised multimodal trail, like it's a mixed shared use trail that's getting potentially people from one place to another. It's part of the network that we're providing for bicycles and walkers, that it shouldn't meander. It should be like, it should get you there as efficiently as you can get there in a car. So, however, there are other places where we've actually introduced the idea that sidewalks might meander around trees. That's in that context-sensitive design.
Right, okay.
In that section, and I think it would be appropriate for those types of designs to be more pursued within parks or within the rural character neighborhoods.
Yeah, I was just wondering,
The characters.
how do you codify that so that your developers will do it?
That's a good question.
Yeah, okay,
I think we'll probably be having that conversation.
Yeah, later, okay.
So we're creating the policy and the ideas right now for them, right? And then when we get down to the rules of the code and how we actually make this work, that's the next phase of this whole thing.
Okay.
Community community benefits agreement could come into play and say, Mr. Developer, we want these certain amenities and certain kinds of.
So development agreements are mechanisms used by cities as a function of the annexation process, where we bring them in through an annexation process and have a development agreement that has certain criteria and standards that we would like to see. Kind of allows us to do kind of a planned unit development, if you will. And allows us to say things like, well, we would like concrete crosswalks, and we want, or stamped concrete crosswalks, and we want asphalt from corner to corner. We'd like parking to be parallel and not head in, or we want parking to be head in and not parallel, or we want buffered bike lanes, and the development agreements are an opportunity to really hash some of those out prior to development. That would also come to the planning commission.
It looks like, from reading the documents, that manufactured homes and then renting the apartments are gonna be the only way of having affordable housing. Like, are those really the only options, or is there a way that you can somehow, like, put a limit to buying and then trying to rent out your house?
We've approved middle housing, allowing a range of housing choices to be mixed into a neighborhood as one approach to affordability. By nature, smaller units can be more expensive to either buy or rent. They can be. They can also be really expensive because there's so much desired, like a cottage cluster. What we're trying to do, though, is allow the market to respond to this wide range of housing types that weren't previously permitted. Now they're permitted by right through clear and objective standards, administratively reviewed. So it's not difficult, and we think, I'm speaking for all of Oregon and Portland, we think we'll be seeing more market rate developers bringing in those types of housing units. They may be more affordable. There's also a need for affordable subsidization of housing too. And that's another thing that, say, a cottage cluster cannot be a lot easier for a habitat for humanity to build, because it's a less expensive product. So the affordability programs are kind of beyond where we're at this stage, but the city will be pursuing programs because they made a commitment to do that.
One of the things we're also exploring, and we haven't really dove into it much yet, but with this administrative building and rec center and potential library thing, is we've also explored the opportunity for some housing associated with that. And we've looked at the city of Cornelius as an example, where it was a public-private partnership where they have housing up above, and then they have their library and rec centers down below, as well as some city administrative offices. So that's one example we're looking at, and we're looking at some other ones around where cities have teamed up with REACH or teamed up with some of the other housing agencies to provide some housing in coordination with a municipality or other nonprofits or private sector development. So those are things that we explore administratively. There's also some funding wide for housing development such as this. So maybe there's, we pull the county in as well. So there's funding sources, but pooling them all together is a little bit of a challenge, and administrative networking and coordination on logistics is a bit of a struggle, but I think it's been shown to be feasible and possible in other areas, and you're exploring that as well.
Is there an option or a way to limit, like, people who purchase homes with the intent to rent them out and make their business of it?
We can regulate short-term rentals. We could have a short-term rental prohibition. We would not legally be able to do a long-term rental prohibition. I would say though that just the design and lot size, if you look at the original King City, the KCCA, where the largest lot for a single-family home is 5,000 square feet, and they go way down from that. 5,000 square foot lot is the minimum in a lot of communities. And interestingly, when we were talking to DLCD staff, they said that the KCCA area, in a lot of respects, looked like clustered housing, with the golf course kind of acting as kind of the shared green space. And so we didn't have to make that many modifications to our code. So again, if they're 2,500 square foot lots, it's going to impact the size of the house built on it, and the smaller houses are going to be less expensive, so. Yeah.
Another thing the city can consider that we talked about during some of our advisory committee meetings is the city could consider to scale assisted development charges based on housing size. So on top of just smaller houses being somewhat more attainable, you could add then the potential to have lower system development charges for smaller homes and make them even more attainable.
So I guess I'm not really concerned about house size. Anybody with money can just buy a bunch of mobile homes and then rent them out for, you know, an additional $2,000 for what they're paying. So is there a way to prevent that? So there was a house on Macbeth that I saw a few weeks ago that was trying to rent out for $5,000 a month.
I think statutorily, we're not allowed to regulate long-term rentals. So short-term rentals, I think there's some clauses in there that we can get away with regulating some of that. But long-term rentals is a different.
Would short-term rentals be like Airbnb?
Mm-hmm.
Gotcha, okay.
I hear your concerns about, maybe large, out of state, out of city, just buying housing and renting it, right? Are you concerned about investment companies?
Even local people, for their little side hustle.
HOAs, limit, renting?
You can limit short-term rentals. It's just, when all these laws were passed, there are people that would want to live in a house but can't afford to buy one, and traditionally, you could rent a house for less than the cost of your mortgage, and that's changed. But all those laws are back when, it's like our land use laws, they're designed to prevent development, which is why it takes, irresponsible development is what they thought was happening in the 70s. That's what our laws are based on, which is why we're 5 years in and we're not in the dirt yet. And I think all of the KCCA was built in time. I think about it before, yeah.
So with the parking constraints on some of the streets, would you guys consider doing like that diagonal parking to add more?
The town center area?
And even near like the apartments, because it's only one parking space per living unit, right? And then, as you get more dense, you're gonna need more. And is there any consideration for a parking garage in that town center area?
The trouble is that Metro, is it the climate friendly stuff too? That does it as well. So first off, Metro had restricted the parking requirements and wouldn't let cities within the metro region require additional parking. Then the climate friendly initiatives just came out and are becoming a thing now, and that removed the city's ability to require parking at all.
Jesus.
So we're very limited on what we can require. I think developers acknowledge that parking is a thing, and it's a commodity for their development. When we see a development come through our doors, we try to work with the developer to ensure that there is adequate parking, because we understand that we don't have transit like some of the other areas around the Portland metro region. TriMet has kind of put us off in a corner and not really addressed our needs, even though we're clamoring, both us, Tigard and Beaverton are all saying, hey, we need this west side transit that, should be going down Murray or Shoals or Top Flat or, Roy Rogers. So we're all requesting it so that we aren't so auto-dependent. But
Someone kind of left out of that TriMet system as well, because I don't really see
no,
buses out there.
I think Sherwood's beating on the podium as well and requesting that additional service. I think they recognize the value of that for their city as well. And we just don't have anything on the west side right there. And then the larger view for TriMet is where they're gonna put their mass transit lines, right? So they're looking at where our mass transit corridors are supposed to be. And so these bus lines or, the fringe areas like Kingston Terrace or River Terrace 2.0 are of lower effective value to their ridership, I suppose.
I'll address one specific part of your question, which was, is diagonal parking being considered? Yes, it is being considered, especially in the Main Street area. And within the local street types that are permitted part of private development, it would be included as a possibility, as an option.
One problem that we have here that I don't know any other city has is, we go to Tualatin High School, which is 8 miles away, and there is no way to get there via transportation. So what happens is stop taking the bus because your kids want to stay after school and do plays like mine did, and they can't get home unless you go pick them up, which then gives you a 16-mile round trip, or you buy them a car, and then they can drive to school in the morning and come back. And then you have a second one. And so it really, when my kids were in high school, it drove me crazy because, at first I had to do all the driving, and we're trying to teach kids to not be driving so much, to not be polluting the air. And here we are within a school district policy, putting our kids at the other end of the universe, really felt like. Is there any chance of getting, and then you've got, of course, you've got Mountain View High School, like right there. Is there any chance of getting in there, or?
The long-term goal,
Different districts.
both Tigard and, I know we're not talking about your high school, the high school.
Yeah.
But say Mountainside, is that the name of that school?
The one over there.
Ultimately, I think with the way that Tigard River Terrace is planning out, the way Kingston Terrace will be planned out, the care that's being taken to include actually safe bike routes on a full network, someone would be able to take a bike or a scooter, say, to a high school in the future, something.
Which high school?
Which high school?
Yeah,
Mountainside.
that's a different school district.
No, I know, but
There's
I'm just saying,
actually a
there is
statutory
a plan.
for
Some
changing.
schools may be in the network of walkability in the future. And that's a goal, to make it possible for people to use smaller vehicles, bikes and scooters, things, to get from place to place so you don't have to drive. That's ultimately the goal within the Tigard River Terrace and Kingston Terrace area.
Now, it's not in this master plan, but in the transportation system plan, there's discussion of like a riverfront trail on both the north and south side that would tie into the Tualatin River Greenway Trail as well.
Okay.
So then you would have a pedestrian bike bridge that goes across the West Side Trail segment, ties into both of those trail systems. You'd also have a crossing that would go under the bridge at 99W. So that way you could potentially keep those bikers and pedestrians off of the main highway system and give them a safe crossing point. Those are both in the transportation system plan, not called out in this.
Yeah, okay.
Could I add a thought here also too? This is Ann. I do a lot of development related work from a traffic engineering perspective. And one of the things I'm seeing in some communities that we work in is the city is now requiring that the developer, through their engineers, work with the school districts to identify if they're within walking distance, what kind of improvements the developer could make to make the walk safer, or biking distance. What can the developer do to help make the environment safer? And sometimes that's crossing protection, sometimes that's basic infrastructure. So that is also maybe another tool that you could think about using when you get down to the actual development phase of the whole area.
There is Art Ruggin to the north of East Bend. So Art Ruggin is the new elementary school that they're building just to the north of East Bend there. And most of the kids in this area would either be serviced at Deer Creek or at Art Ruggin there. So that's another reason we were working with Tiger to keep, East Bend as community friendly as possible.
Yeah. And was the school district with
Tiger Tualatin School District is our district. We're already in, so no matter.
So who's gonna be, schooling the future students in that, new area?
Tiger Tualatin.
Okay,
Yeah.
So those students would not be eligible at all to go to that Beaverton school quarter mile away?
Not unless they worked out an agreement with the Beaverton School District.
So it takes both school districts have to agree to release lots.
And to be frank, the new Sherwood School is just as close. It's because we're just situated almost perfectly between two. Sherwood's a little bit further down, but it's closer than Tualatin High School.
Oh, yeah.
You have the new Sherwood High School down off Elwert and Eddy down there, and then you have the mountainside of Shoals and Roy Rogers, and either one of those schools is closer than driving all the way out to Boone's Ferry or to Tualatin High School. So.
When I would do apply and then appeal to go to Tigard.
So did you?
Mm-hmm.
So it's basically that's a school district question. My understanding is that they're planning to do a redistricting look in the near future, but I don't know how long out that is.
Okay. At the map where it says phase 1 and then phase 2, it looks like the development is going to start from west to east. Is that true? So
Our prediction, our crystal ball, is that development will occur along East Bend, and then predominantly from 150th out to Roy Rogers would be the area that we've seen most interest to develop.
okay.
And then there's been some interest of property owners along East Bend intermittently from 150th over to 137th.
So ultimately, if there is an approval for this whole plan, the development of that east side in Terrace would take years to get to?
That's the assumption, is that it's going to take longer for those areas to develop because there is more existing small lot development through there. And by small lot, I mean, you have like 1, 2, 5 acre parcels instead of these large 20, 40, 60, 100 acre parcel, right? So it's a lot easier, development moves a lot faster on larger parcels than it does on the smaller parcels, because those are held individually by individual owners.
So once that's all developed over by like that town center area, it's not gonna be connected through Fisher quite yet, right? So then the population would have to use 131st and East Bend to access that district for a while? Okay.
Question of Attorney Watt.
Okay.
Regarding annexation, I'm a little confused. When I read the requirement, it says that annexation has to progress from lots connected, currently connected, or contiguous to King City. Is that an either or condition, or can development occur without it being annexed?
So it depends, because there might be public right of way that connects different areas. So the question becomes, can King City provide the area with urban services? So what we believe is the areas that could develop first are the areas that are furthest left, because they're large tracts. And so then the question becomes, is there a contiguous path along East Bend or along city-owned right-of-way that would allow us to make the findings we would need to find, to say that we can provide urban services? And there used to be actually a board at Metro that would review all that, and that board no longer exists. So they no longer have an annexation committee. So we would just have to see what the application looks like.
Hackensack Committee is going to continue to meet.
The stock and tack for the master plan and the transportation system plan, we've used up a lot of meeting time.
Yeah, they're done.
We're basically in the public hearing section, so those two, or planning.
Advisory committee.
Who determines allotted meeting time? How is that?
It was what's scoped in our agreement with the granting agency, whether it was ODOT or Metro.
any deliberation as well? May I make a comment? A moment ago, Elizabeth was asking about the time frame for construction on the west end. Mr. Weston responded that yes, people would be accessing the new development via 131st to be Bend. Mr. Weston has also said in the past, Fisher Road will extend to 137 next 5 years. About a year ago.
Is that just the crossing of the power lines though? Is that what you mean?
The question was, is if I believe that, Fisher will extend to 137. And I said, yes, at some point I believe it will. And then they asked if that's short term or long term, and I said, probably in the short term. So our guess is that Fisher will extend sometime in the next, our RTP calls it 1 to 7 years, or my best guess is like anywhere from 1 to 10 years, to be honest with you. But I don't see it happening right away, but it might connect over to 137, potentially within the next 5 years, or potentially within the next 10 years.
Who
It's
makes that
sometime in
decision?
that timeframe.
Who does that? Who makes that decision?
Traditionally, roads are built by developers.
Yeah, but this would be
Okay.
across the Bonneville line, so it would be
No development.
when it gets triggered.
Yeah.
So, I mean, it could be, the struggle with that is we already have a little bit of a demand right now on 131st, so, like, putting a connection to 137 could release some of that demand on 131st, so, that demand's already in existence. I think that's why that connection's in our transportation system plan rather than later. And if the West Side Trail segment is also developed, we'll want to consider how the trail interfaces with street crossings through that area at that point.
Is it a city decision then, that says we want to move forward with this?
I think it'd be interagency, probably city and Washington County.
Okay.
Maybe some improvements that need to be done on 137th Street. Our TSP says that 137 may need to realign with the Collier. And if that did happen, that would result in the condemnation of a home or potentially 2 homes right along East Bend. Collier and 137th. I think that's why it's a not a very popular concept at this point in time, and I think Washington County would have to take the lead on it.
Why would it be necessary to align Collier with 137th?
Why?
Yeah.
Well, right now you have a kind of a safety situation developing between Collier, Peachtree, I believe, and 137th. Collier's a little bit to the west of 137th, which is further west than Peachtree, and right in the middle of that is the West Side Trail segment that would at some point in time have pedestrian traffic flowing, pedestrian and bicycle traffic flowing north-south. And so the look that we looked at in our concept plan was how to address those 3 modes coming together at 3 different locations, so pedestrian, bicycle, and transportation. And so we looked at a potential trioval that would allow Peachtree and Collier to come in and then round over to 137th, coming off the south side, and then a trail crossing in between. Since that time, I believe the city of Tigard did some work through safe routes, and they were thinking that they would do a enhanced traffic or an enhanced pedestrian crossing at Peachtree going straight north-south. And then if that happens, well then Collier and 137th are still offset, and then you have this weird crossing just on the other side of those 2 intersections. And so there was discussion about realigning 137th to align with Collier to make a nice 4-way.
You said there was a reason we can't do, like, Collier wouldn't be cut across. I can't remember
Yeah,
that one.
Collier can't change directions because it is already in the Bonneville lines, and my understanding is there's some sort of infrastructure component right there, not to mention there's like some drain features, I believe, and then there's a utility vault or something that's in the way for them to realign Collier to 137. So it would end up needing to go the other direction, where 137 moves west to align with Collier. If that happens.
But it looks like you would end up taking out some residents.
There would be 1, if not 2 residential units that would be impacted by a realignment of 137 if that were to occur.
Okay, I have a question. I noticed that there's 2 community parks here. And on page 31. And one of them, they're both down by the river, right? But I'm concerned on how you get to the one that is to the east. The easternmost community park. Because if these are going to start having competitive, fields and things like that, they're going to be populated by people from out of this neighborhood, so to speak. So I'm wondering, how do you get there?
Right, so the plan for that Eastern Regional Park is not for things like fields, it's meant to be more of a passive park, and you would access it either through local roads or trails.
Okay.
It's the one to the west that would be a more active use regional park or community park. Community park. And again, the exact locations, those circles around these parks are meant to indicate that exact locations have not been determined.
Right, yeah, because I just know that there will be people accessing the river through our parks from not that area.
Yeah.
And want to make sure, because I know that Edgewater has had complaints that we have to drive through their streets to get to our park. And want to make sure that we don't run into that again.
Are the streets of Edgewater public streets?
They are public streets.
They are public streets, right?
That's a private street that I think you have to go on just a little bit to get to the park, right?
It's public the whole way.
It's all public? Okay.
Public right away. It's all public right away.
That alley is a private road, but you can get all the way to the park from 36. And if it starts there.
Okay.
There's a bridge down on Bedford, I want to say, that's maintained by the south.
That wooden bridge?
Yeah, it's the wood bridge. It's supposed to be maintained by the HOA that's down there, Castle Oak South.
That's,
But it's
that's
still
a
public right
pedestrian
away.
bridge, right?
It's pedestrian.
Yeah, just walk across the
Is it the one bridge
I'm
that
joking.
you're supposed to maintain, or both of them?
They maintain that one, then there's another one up off Tamara, and that one's
That one's Edgewater.
maintained by the, Edgewater group.
Okay, well, they need to reapply those split tracks. Yeah, tell me about it.
If I could just note, looking at the master plan, it seems like earlier we clearly talked about the two types of regional parks, the one that would be more passive in nature in the rural character, near the rural character neighborhood, and the more active to the west. And it seems like in the current version of the plan, that was left out. So we'll make sure when we make updates to the plan based on today's conversations that we clearly define those two different characters.
How do you define passive on that?
It doesn't, it's not a large, it's not a destination park for sports activities. That would be, the definition of it is more passive. The people might drive to the local streets nearby to access the trailhead, but it wouldn't be attracting large groups for competitive sports.
Would that be more of a neighborhood park?
Maybe?
The passive one, talking about.
Larger than a neighborhood park. I mean, neighborhood park is, we're talking about scale here. It would be larger, there would be open areas, there would be potentially like picnic tables, things like that, but not sports fields.
How many acres?
Have approximately 20 acres, somewhere in the 15 to 30 range is what we have here.
For the community park?
For community parks, yeah, for both.
There's two of them.
But
Well,
not
that was
20
in the
acres. Passive park would not be 20 acres, correct?
It could be.
Yeah, that's the plan. Does it include?
That would be separated from the scenic areas?
The natural resource areas, correct.
The one on the east end and the riparian, that's one area.
Let's take a closer look at it because we don't know the exact location right now.
It's near there. Plan?
Probably not get approval on that. Right? More likely you would not get approval on putting one in the riparian area.
I'm sorry, I must have misspoke. I didn't mean it would be in the riparian area. It would be near it. That's the goal, a passive park, of community park size near the riparian area.
It would probably include part of it, right?
But
It says that there were park owners in the
we've
riparian
been pretty clear that the park numbers that are in the document for the acres or per thousand population does not include the natural resource area. That's separate from and outside of the natural resource area. I just want to make sure that understanding comes through.
And how are you defining an urban park?
An urban community park would potentially have more competitive sports in it, or places that people would come and park a car in groups. That's the urban version of the community park.
Well, that's where kids would go for like Little League or soccer.
It might be.
Or splash pad or what have you. I mean, in the urban park in here, it says like, urban plaza, swim center, skate park, things of that nature.
Pickleball.
Surprisingly controversial.
Pickleball takes more space than the tennis court.
There is some stuff in here for, fitness stations, sports courts, play structures. It's on page 34 when we talk about like park blocks and urban straight, linear parks, things of that nature.
And make one more comment.
Please.
There's been a lot of talk about the extension of Fisher Road through Edgewater. I'd like to make sure that the commission is also aware that on the PSP that there is a road that extends from Shakespeare, 236 to Montague, across the top of King City Park, to the east end of River Lane, to connect to Fisher Road. That's another cut through Edgewater.
Yeah, we gotta go, but if I could be indulged, make one quick comment. Been a lot of work put into this, I mean, 800 pages, everybody's put in their time. The high level view is really an amazing vision for King City. But on the other hand, Edgewater, Rivermead, running it through the conservation easement, the communities are pretty much united in opposition to extending the Fisher Road through. Rest of the plan, we support. To me, it comes down to that. I mean, it's a beautiful plan, beautiful vision, but it's not what the community wants, and we are a fairly large constituency of Kingston.
Thank you.
Thanks.
How do you access any of our?
Do commissioners have any further questions or proposals? Information? Okay.
I guess I do have a question. So we have sent on recommendation to City Council to approve the transportation system plan with some modifications and consideration. And now we're on the crux of doing something similar with the Kingston Terrace master plan. So just as a matter of practicality, and I know that has been emphasized that the development is going to start in that sort of northwest corner area, which is where Beast Bend and Roy Rogers come together, and we'll be on the one side, and River Terrace 2.0 is on the other side, I guess. So how do we determine that eventually there will be activity from the west to the south, from the east? You know, how?
So that's what the plan is for, right? So we have the plan in place. So as development comes through and the developer comes in with a development application or plan, we have our plan and we say, okay, we need to get from A to B and provide those stubs to your property owner. So then if there's already a stub at say 150th, then that person from like 150th to 147th develops, well then they have to extend that stub over. And then that stub would end probably at 147th. And then the property owner at 147th to Myrtle comes in and they try to develop. We're like, you have to extend it from edge to edge, essentially, and it works its way over. It's probably not the most efficient system in the world, but it is a system that we have and that cities have been using for a long, long time. And it's as development happens. Now, sometimes there are triggers, right? Sometimes certain things get triggered, which cause public agency to go out ahead of the development and acquire right-of-way for a road system that's necessary to support the model. If it gets triggered for a warrant or something like that, like there's too much traffic and, you know, Beast Bend's gonna fail if we don't get a connection, so we have to provide another connection, right, or another outlet or something along that line. And so there are certain warrant triggers that would be hit as you go through that development that might require some forecasting development. And that's what we have those system development charges for. So we can go out there and pay for those connections ahead of time and then collect them back when development happens.
And what Clean Water Services determines may help trigger some of these things or not?
It might. You know, I was talking with Clean Water Services a little bit, and they're kind of like, well, if this happens, then we'll do this. And if this happens, then we'll do that. They've planned contingency upon contingency so that their system is going to function no matter which way it goes. For our purposes, it makes sense for us to try to co-locate as much as possible. And we said that from the very beginning, from an infrastructure standpoint, it makes sense. But that is also dependent on whatever Clean Water Services wants to do. I don't think Clean Water Services is going to take the lead on any sort of infrastructure acquisition piece or right-of-way acquisition piece. And so if that does get triggered due to mobility warrants or something to that effect, I think that's going to fall on the city shoulders.
Just a matter of questions.
Any other questions? And at this time, I would ask for a motion to close or continue the public hearing.
Before you do that, there's one hand raised online. Do you want to allow that comment, Chair Paulson?
Please, I would like to.
Figured out that. Yeah, sorry. Susan, you can speak.
Thank you, but I was just an observer. I happen to be co-trustee of the Kingston property. Did you hear me? No.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. That's why I check in with these meetings on a regular basis. Just support the Kingston family, of which, like I said, I am co-trustee with Carla on the activities, all the trusts that are involved.
Did you have a comment or a question?
No, I'm sorry, I must have hit a wrong button. But just
Thank you for being here.
well, this is all very interesting, I must say. Thank you, though.
Thank you, Susan. You can go ahead.
If we can do it. Okay, so then, may I have that motion to close or continue the meeting?
I move that we close the meeting.
I second it.
Can I call for any discussion about closing
Point
the,
of clarity,
Yeah.
is that to close the public testimony?
The public testimony, excuse me.
and then you second, and then
I second.
call for any discussion about closing? I'll ask for a recall or a roll call.
So I had Commissioner Tyso motion and Commissioner Bello second.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Roll call, Commissioner Guthier.
Here. Say yes or no.
Yes.
Yes.
Commissioner Bello,
Yes.
Commissioner Tyso,
Yes.
and Chair Paulson.
Yes. So I declare this public testimony closed on April 26th at 3:15 p.m. And at this time, we'll have discussion related to our recommendation to City Council. This is our opportunity to kind of walk through and make our recommendation.
Well, I would like to make clear that we're looking at 20 years out, meaning that, kids who are 5 years old now will be 25, and that we're really looking at what we're leaving, our legacy, actually, in King City. I personally think there's a really nice balance between the housing, the amount of building, and the amount of environmental space and natural spaces. I think that it's very important to us, to everybody here, everybody involved. So although the people living on Fisher Road now would not be very happy about Fisher Road going through, the people who are connected to the next community in 10, 15 years will be happy because they will be connected. When I first moved here, Bob lived across the fence, okay? The retirement manufactured homes. And Bob fell off of his roof of his manufactured home. I was in the backyard, and I was a lot spry, so I was able to climb up over that 6-foot fence and drop down, actually had to drop down 8 feet to help him. But if I had not been spry, I would have had to get in my car and drive 1.5 miles to go help the guy who was that far away from me on the other side of the fence. So I really think that connectivity is really important. Connectivity with our neighbors. I am one of the original free-range kid researchers, actually, and I want kids to be able to walk to their friends' houses rather than have I hated getting in the car and taking my kids places, but then they can't. You don't want your kids to have to walk up to Beach Bend Road and over and then back down. So those are the things that I'm thinking about when I look at this master plan. How are we connected to each other? Mostly our kids and our elderly who aren't getting in cars anymore, or aren't getting cars in the first place. How are they going to, go have fun with their neighbors? That's why I voted for the transportation plan as it is, and that's why I'm voting for this. I think that we will have a nice community of people close to each other, and, you know, we'll get annoyed, you know, people make noise, but we'll also make friends. So that's what I'm looking at when I look at this plan.
Looking at the constraints on development in the future, I mean, I think if we have a vision and we provide guidance to future development, we are going to have a much better product, a much more cohesive, connected community if we kind of set those limits now, as opposed to, you know, handing it over to another jurisdiction or having no plan at all. That to me is not a good legacy to leave to the future of King City or to the region.
I personally think that planning now is truly our legacy to the future, and I have a good friend who was a planner first for Beaverton and then Tigard and then Redmond, Oregon, and now going over to Redmond, and I see all of the things that happened because my friend was the chief planner in Redmond that we enjoy now. A lot of those initiatives started 20 plus years ago. And, you know, and people go to Redmond and Bend and they say, oh, isn't this a wonderful place to walk around? They have so many restaurants, they have so many interesting shops, and you can bicycle everywhere, and you can walk along the river and all of that. Well, I would like to think that we, in our little way, are doing something very similar. Because somebody earlier had said, well, why are we talking about all of this future stuff? No, because it's just like if you want to buy a home, you don't just say, oh, well, let me go out and buy a house. You have to plan for it. At least most people don't have the kind of disposable income that says, oh, I think I'll just go do that. So I'm glad that we're part of this, and I do think it is a good plan. I do have, because I'm an environmentalist from way back, I do have concerns about development and the degradation of our waterways and erosion and that sort of thing. So I want in our plan that those things are addressed with the best technology we have at the time that the work is being done.
I agree. I think the erosion and the water problems really need to be addressed and then it's on top of.
So what we're hearing in this plan is that those have risen to the top. Those, you know, when we look at the Fisher Road alignment, you know, capturing upstream erosion and stormwater runoff and, you know, environmental impacts of humans and their pets and other animals. I mean, it all makes sense when we look at that in totality, even though we have to rectify, you know, the public comments that we've heard that are not necessarily in favor of the current plan. But if you look at it in totality, the plan makes sense to me. You know, from the natural resource mitigation standpoint, the movement of people standpoint, the development, the densities. In totality, I think it's a solid document. And we also have, you know, the tension between the public testimonial experts versus the experts hired by the city, and how do we rectify that? How do we know who to believe? And I think that's a tension that we have to kind of own and come to terms with as we make a decision here today.
I kind of go online and ask those questions before I ever come here and read best practices in other communities and what they have to say about the planning process and the kinds of things that we are facing, because I think that's how the planning world works. It works in cooperation with what planners have found in other places, you know, and of course, we're not cookie cutters, so there's always going to be adaptation from place to place to place. And hopefully we are able to ascertain what fits this environment, this community, and this geography.
And I think it's important to know that what time we spent today is not the only time we've spent on this project over the last 5 years or, 30 minutes. I mean, as my family will attest, I've spent a lot of time reading these documents, and I've really taken it to heart and really tried to understand what the gravity of the decisions we're making here today really mean, not just for ourselves and the people who are here today, but really the future of our region.
So, the woman from Riverkeeper who came in, I don't think she's no longer here. She talked about the significant erosion of the 5 streams, the drainages. I've worked with the Army Corps of Engineers. They do come in and they will. I think that as we work on the development and on the plan, that those streams are not going to be ignored, cannot be ignored, will not be ignored, and that they will, somebody's going to take charge of them. I'm not sure which agency, but I've had to restore streams in my past and things like that. And it's possible, and it's not that hard. So I think that there will be probably, I assume, Mike, that there will be standards of erosion control and things like that as the development goes on around those streams. Yeah, okay. As for, she also addressed habitat fragmentation. If we have bridges or bottomless culverts, that makes way for habitat to travel from one place to another. We have a lot of habitat actually along the river, along the areas that are the river's buffer area that is required by the waters by the state. And yeah, we'll lose a lot of grass species, it looks like, because a lot of the rest of the land has already been developed as far as grass or non-native vegetation that I can see. So our real concern is through the drainages. They're not going to be
developed.
Concrete. They're still going to be there. So I think that we're good in the habitat fragmentation because it's really centered around the river. You look like you like you wanted to say something there. I move that we approve the Kingston Terrace Master Plan, approve its moving it ahead to City Council. Is that how it goes? What's the wording?
Like, the planning commission can really only make a recommendation.
Okay. I move that we recommend this Kingston Terrace Master Plan, that we recommend it to City Council for approval. no, that's, we'll discuss here.
And I'll second that recommendation.
Okay.
Discussion?
I would like to have, as part of that plan, sort of a recommended assurance, which assurance only goes so far, that environmental best practices will have a priority in how the development happens. I'm probably not saying it well, so I'm relying on Carol or.
So it would be that would be a modification to the recommendation, yes, Mike?
Yeah.
But typically, environmental best practices are implemented through code work.
Okay.
So we could do code work, when we get to the code section, that would definitely implement environmental best practices.
So you're saying that that's not a necessity?
We've identified those already in here, like our policies for those natural resource areas, so we have policies. So this would establish policies. What you're hinting at is code work that would come through code modifications and changes.
The best way to communicate a desire for the sensitivity towards natural resources be, kind of providing testimony from a planning commission to the city council itself in person, or, if we say that this is something that's really important to us, how does that get conveyed as they are also deliberating their approval of the process?
So I would encourage you to look at the policies that are in here, in the comp plan amendments and the master plan. And if you wanted to enhance those policies or recommend an enhancement to any particular policy, by all means.
Be an amendment to the plan as opposed to what we care about. So is there any particular policy that requires a change or enhancement? I think it's a point that he's
I don't think so, no.
Currently, as we stand, we have a motion to recommend approval of the master plan. Have some discussion around it. Is there any further discussion before we call for a vote? Any further discussion? No. Sarah? Nope. Okay.
I just have one point of order really quick. I just want to make sure that we're clear. Because Commissioner Bell has moved to recommend the Kingston Terrace master plan, there's also the comp plan amendment associated with the master plan that's in your.
That we also would be making a recommendation for?
Yes.
Okay.
So, you can make that recommendation afterwards. I just wanted to make sure that you.
Getting both of them?
Yeah. Get both.
Okay.
Yeah. Thanks.
Do we want to vote on them separately, or do we want to change or modify our motion?
Let's put them separately.
Okay, then I will call for a vote. And this can be a voice vote. So all in favor of making a recommendation to the City Council to approve the Kingston Terrace master plan. I have an aye or a nay? Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Aye. Okay. Motion carries. And then we'll need a motion.
Associated
comp plan amendment. Anyway. The policies, I think, that were in the beginning of the document that they emailed to us. I guess, there were a few typos in that comp plan amendment that I should submit afterwards. Does that matter? Yes, I have some typos. Do you want those now or later?
You have them?
Yep.
If you have them now, that'd be great.
There was a word where there should have been later. There's several.
Oh, I missed that one. Page 16, paragraph 3, the wording is jumbled.
So page 16.
And then my 16 is like based upon the email that was sent out. So it's not, there's 2 page numbers for everything.
Yeah.
I know.
So she says page
16 out of 233, so out of the total. So let me see, I'll tell you another number.
Public utilities and services.
Hold on a second. I'm reloading.
65-page document.
No, I'm talking about the 233-page document that got sent out as a total. Now I'm having to reload.
So it's staff report first,
Yeah.
and comprehensive plan, and then master plan.
Yes,
It's definitely in the comp plan.
Again, hold on a second. Shoot. It's, I think it's page 8 of the staff. Hold on, let me go back to the beginning.
Oh, the staff report.
No, it's not that one. It's the introduction of King City memorandum staff report. It's from Steve, and it's,
The staff report?
let me just show you.
Yeah,
I don't know what I'm doing. I'm scrolling on my iPad.
if it's the staff report, I wouldn't.
Yeah, oh, that doesn't matter.
You're not adopting.
Because that's all.
Oh, yeah, those are the findings back in. Yeah, we didn't know.
Yeah. I think there's just some extra
Page 8 of your staff report, Steve, under the findings, second paragraph. Okay. Metro Top 13 requires the city unless it's about third sentence down.
The sentence that's just been
Okay.
added to another sentence.
Okay, thank you.
All right, yes.
Right. And then the other one.
Okay.
And then in the King City Comprehensive Plan, and this is a repeated error, after each finding, it says based on the above findings, the KTMP is consistent and it's missing a with, just a minor typo error, but it's throughout the entire page 63 to 73. Missing a word, and it just got repeated many times.
Okay.
So, and then,
Little cut and paste there.
yeah, it got cut and paste erroneously for every goal. And then, on the master plan, it said the King City Community Code development amendments were in either both 2021 and 2020. What year did we adopt them? 'Cause I think that's,
Say it again.
it's on page 17 of the master plan. The King City Community Development Code amendments for middle housing, 2021, it says that we did it in 2020. So should those numbers match up, those dates?
Oregon's middle housing legislation, House Bill 2001, that one. As a result, in 2020, King City Community Development Code.
Yeah, it said in 2020 we did the code amendments, and then here it says 2021.
And I was like, when was it finally adopted? So maybe I'll take a peek at that.
Just look at that.
On page, I'll give you an adoption date exactly.
I think that's, we should have in the line. For historical purposes. Did you have any other specific ones?
Yeah, last paragraph.
You didn't find any other typos?
There was, where they should have used the word where, and they left out the H, so it was were, and I can't remember what page it was on.
And then in the paragraph itself,
It's just funny as you're reading it,
2020,
you know, it's not a big,
I just wanted to look at for
I can't remember where it was.
So we'll look.
I didn't print out the whole thing, I only printed out a portion, and I don't think it's in the portion that I printed out.
So, where are you now?
And that was in the 65-page document.
Oh, big thing that just ended up looking at. Whole thing, it's just page 17 of the master plan. It's just a minor detail, but I think from a historical standpoint, getting the dates we do things practice wise.
This is in that 65-page document too, they missed the with.
I put that one in.
Yeah,
That's the one,
yeah,
so they know.
yeah. And somewhere in this 65-page document is a,
Okay.
isn't it? The where missing its age. I said I didn't print it.
Okay, so then we're,
No, I want to say it was around page 30.
So, and it was, so we probably did start in 2020, and then.
There were a lot of wheres in that section. I should have printed the whole document out, but I was trying to save paper.
I have to read so many documents. On the paper,
I can't read it again.
you can always offer another
Probably on
one.
page 10 or something, you know.
Okay. So now we are in the point where we're going to entertain a motion to approve the King City Comprehensive Plan Amendment. So that's the beginning, that's with all the goals and policies. But we're now, I need a motion to make a recommendation. Yeah, you need to make I just need a motion. Second it. Okay. Lindsay made a motion, Carol seconded it. We can have any discussion before we call for a vote regarding adopting this recommendation. Okay, so now I'll call for a vote, voice vote.
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Aye.
Motion carries.
For clarification, we have two motions. One was the motion to approve the Kingston Terrace Master Plan or to recommend approval of the Kingston Terrace Master Plan, and the other was a motion to recommend approval of the comp plan amendments as presented. And then, do we need the easiest way to do this would have been to recommend approval of the staff report and attachments.
Do we have to do that again?
But since we've already, so the
Report part of?
well, the staff report has the findings, the facts, and conclusions of the law, and you're recommending adoption of the findings to the city council with the exhibits attached to it, and the exhibits are the comp plan amendment, the master plan, and the associated appendices with the master plan.
Oh, I see.
So
We just started.
Can we start over?
Well, I mean, we have, I think we can sum it up in one motion.
Okay.
And we have two approved motions already, but if we just had one motion to approve the staff report and attached exhibit, specifically the comp plan amendment and the Kingston Terrace master plan and appendices, and recommend approval to the council, I think we would cover all of our bases.
Can we entertain a motion to do that long?
Okay, I motion that we recommend approval by city council of the staff report, which includes the addition to the, not addition to the comprehensive plan, the amendment to the comprehensive plan and the Kingston Terrace master plan and appendices. Did I get it all?
Yes.
Give a second. Lizzie, need a second. And now we'll take a vote.
Who was the second on that?
Lizzie.
All right.
Okay, I'll call for a vote.
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Aye.
So moved.
There was one more point of order for the day, which we managed to miss. It was the minutes from the very beginning. So you've all had a chance to review the minutes, which was agenda item 3 from last meeting.
It was in November, right? The ones from...
Yeah. It was November.
The minutes that pertain to the Habitat for Humanity discussion. Anyone reviewed those, or do you need to take a moment to do so at the beginning of the long document that Dick sent out?
Yeah.
Let me see to entertain a motion to approve the minutes from November.
Motion to approve the minutes. Do I need to say the date?
I will tell you in a second. It is a minutes from November 16th of 2022.
I second it.
Call for discussion. Vote to approve the minutes. Aye. We need a roll call vote on that one? Okay, aye.
Aye.
Aye. Aye.
So moved. Okay, and then at this point, we can entertain a motion to conclude the planning commission meeting of April 26th. May I have a motion?
I move that we close the,
Who's first? I think it's Lizzie first.
I second it.
Okay, any discussion? Call for a vote.
Aye.
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 Second on that was Commissioner Bello.
That's correct. Okay, so then we are closing this meeting, planning commission meeting, at 3:47 p.m.
Did it?
I leave these here. We have these in an electronic form. I'm going to leave these for the... Yes.